Chiropractic, Sonic Drive-In, and York Automotive. Transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive, and they have 5 locations in Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield. And of course, a lot of different things are going on, and we'll be back with more of this action. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
In Searcy, Arkansas, a young man says I love you for the first time, but his girlfriend doesn't quite hear. In Franklin, Tennessee, a boy encounters his first pickle. And in Kyle, Texas, after a mission for tots, cousins realize they're a long way from Kyle, Texas. One day, many people, millions of orders. This is Howie Sonic.
At A Plus Printing, we do it all. Screen printing, business printing and documents, printing for weddings and senior announcements, screen printing of hats, shirts, sports teams, and uniforms, promotional items of all kinds, including koozies and coffee mugs. You name it, A Plus can print it. A Plus Printing in Brazil.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Terre Haute, Indiana, and Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology for the HCAC Track and Field Championships this morning. Anderson University, Bluffton University, Defiance College, Earlham College, Franklin College, Hanover College, Manchester University are the teams that will be in action today, along with Mount St. Joe and Rose-Hulman. So you put all of those teams together and give them an opportunity to go against each other. We're looking for really good action today in this track and field championships, especially in several of the events of what's going on. Right now, early on, we have several events going on. The men's shot put will be taking place along with women's shot put and they'll alternate in who goes there. Women's javelin throw, men's javelin throw. The field events will be taking place, and like we said that way, including long jump with men's and women's, the high jump, and then we'll start in with the 100-meter hurdles and so on, all the way through in a regular track meet format. So we'll see those, and we have some of the opportunity to kind of go through these. There is an actual list of all the events and the people taking place, and just run really well. We've seen it done here at Rose-Hulman several times, just with what's going on. The previous championships in 2019 and realistic from 2008 to 2019, Rose-Hulman has won the men's event here in total points. So they are the defending champions if you go all the way back to 2019. In 2020, of course, due to COVID restrictions, this meet was canceled and they weren't able to run that. So a lot of these athletes coming in this year, just getting the opportunity to run again and to be outside and do those things and train was really quite good for everyone. And the HCAC played numerous championships, even in football here in the spring, able to move several events and do those things. So it's been really good.
Give kudos to the conference and commissioner and staff. Jay Jones and the staff did a phenomenal job when everybody's canceling. The HCAC was kind of leading the way. Not kind of. They were helping to lead the way and show different conferences what can be done, even in this tough time that we're facing right now as a nation and globally. But the conference said, hey, we're going to put on some championships. the indoor championships that we had a few months ago, the first championships in Division 3 as a nation, and we were out there first. And so, kudos to Jay Jones and the staff and the conference, the school administrators, the ads and coaches and players for finding a way to come together and make this work and do what these players and coaches want to do.
And as you're seeing the long jump getting ready to take place, as they've lined things up and are taking their preliminary warm-ups, they're getting their instructions, and you can see the runner or the jumpers there in the background as they're ready for that. But yeah, as we go along and look at Division 3 athletics, there were not those national championship. They were not held for football in the fall either, and so not all of them. My son coaches Division 3 football, and their conference shut completely down as far as football wise, and a lot of the other schools didn't even have a lot of the athletics. So the HCAC's been able to do things even in a restricted format.
Yeah.
That's why you're watching this on the internet. That's why you're watching us in this broadcast, is because there aren't any spectators here. So there's a lot of athletes here, as there always are, but the parents, spectators coming to see this event, that's not going to happen. And that's because the HCAC took the first step to say, we're not going to do that. We're going to try to limit the spread and limit people involved. And we'll still have our competitions, but you're going to have to watch it online. And that's why you're watching us this morning and afternoon.
And a lot of that with all the colleges coming together, being a conference championship meet, you have to limit those. But I know the conference were able to open up some restrictions toward the end of winter and let colleges decide what they want to do. And I know in particular here at Rose, they're able to allow some family to come in for a couple of basketball games and some soccer matches and some things of that nature. So, we're slowly but surely getting there, and looking forward to the 2021-22 season, where hopefully we can get back full bore.
Men's long jump, as you're watching right here, they have 2 flights, and we'll read down through those. In the second flight, or let's go down through the first flight. First flight, Jordan Upton from Transylvania will lead off. Trevor Meyer from Manchester. Tyreek Richardson from Earlham. Joe Powell from Manchester. Jacob Raymer from Manchester. Ted Lamson from Anderson. Carter Ritchie from Bluffton. John Reese from Defiance. Zachary Friel from Manchester. And Jason Brown from Franklin. Those will be the jumpers here in the first flight, as you're seeing Jordan Upton prepare for his first attempt here. His seed mark is at 5.51 meters. And again, collegiately, you're doing things in meters and metric. If you're going to the local high school meet, those will be done most of the time in feet and inches. So we'll try to let you know that one. In flight 2, in the men's long jump, it'll be Jair Adams from Anderson, Reese Hunter from Hanover, Jacob Back from Rose-Hulman, Blessed Shumba from Earlham, Jacob Eve from Rose-Hulman, Desmond Gist from Bluffton, Timothy Yount from Rose-Hulman, Kernan Lee from Rose-Hulman, and Noah Thomas from Rose-Hulman. As we're underway in the men's long jump, and there's the first jump of the day, Jordan Upton from Transylvania.
And of course, we start on time around here, don't we?
Well,
not wasting no time.
Every track meet goes like this.
And I say around here, I mean track and field. I mean,
that's
not just here at Rose-Hulman, but
it's just that way.
Absolutely. When you have so many events in a day, you can't be wasting time.
No.
We got to get started.
And a 5.61 meter jump is what we're told on that first attempt by Jordan Upton. Trevor Meyer from Manchester is next up. This is also a little bit difficult for us. There's no numbers on anything yet, and that's because it's field events. So Trevor Meyer with that first attempt for him. And again, whenever we see those, we'll get those distance is set up. The most important thing, we will make sure that we have all of the final events and count those down in the point totals as to who has those jumps. They're going to be the champ to a chance to win a conference championship. 5.01 meters is that first attempt from Trevor Meyer.
Want to say that boy, Tony Harper's got some good eyes to be able to have his laser eyesight to see those distances from up here in the press box.
Yeah, we're getting those fed to us. Here's a Bluffton leaper, and it looks like should be Carter Ritchie with that first attempt. And the women's high jump is taking place right now. As we look at the high jump, they will have one flight, and in this one, and from Manchester is Kendall Geringer. From Rose-Hulman, Nosa Igihan. From Franklin, Josie Lyons. Mir Johnson from Transylvania. Mariah Murray from Anderson. Shaniqua Lawrence from Defiance. Dara Smith from Rose-Hulman. Victoria Baver from Anderson. And Elijah Craig from Hanover will be in the finals in the women's high jump when we get back to that one. And a leap from an athlete from Defiance, which would be John Reese. And there you can see some of the high jumps. They're warming up on the women's high jump, and they'll get several warm-up attempts before they get things started. We want to make sure we get some of those back to you.
And folks that are watching, you'll see us kind of bouncing back and forth between different events, and we'll have multiple events going on at the same time. And so we want to bring you as much as we can. If we focus on just one thing, then you miss 2 or 3 other events that are going on. So we'll try to bring as much of this to you.
John Reese's last attempt was 5.18 meters. Manchester athlete would be Zachary Friel. Takes that first leap. Gets a nice jump in. And again, just opportunity to see your athlete participate in this one.
Absolutely.
And the Franklin athlete we saw there on the women's high jump looks to be a Josie Lyons. She would have been third up in that attempt.
Aren't you thankful that the high jump and the long jump are on the same page?
Yes. Jordan Upton back up with his second attempt here in the long jump. And another quality leap by Jordan Upton.
You see, it takes multiple volunteers in some of these events, especially, the long jump, triple jump. You gotta rake the pit after every single jump. So you have, these are Rose-Hulman athletes that are obviously not track and field athletes, but are volunteering and helping out to make this event run.
Well, and you have to have that on every event. As what's going on. Trevor Meyer now with his second attempt. So of that first flight, and I want to remind you, the first flight has athletes that have not made the top 9 as far as their preliminary or their leaps before. So they're rated when they come in, and this first flight would have the lower totals as far as their leaps. The second flight would have the higher end and more towards the finals. 5.45 it was that last jump. Now the Bluffton athlete and Carter Ritchie. Again, his qualifying or his original was 5.57, and again, all of the long jumpers in men's were over 6 in their leaps prior to coming into this meet. And a high jump, and I did not catch the front of who that was, but
I thought it might have been Bluffton, but I'm not sure.
5.48
Oh,
is the
clearly.
last men's long jump.
I look at the sheet, and it clearly wasn't Bluffton.
No, it looked like Defiance.
Yeah. Okay.
So it looked like Shaniqua Lawrence was the last high jump participant for Defiance. Here's another Defiance athlete, this time in the long jump again, and it's John Reese with this one. And again, we won't be able to have any kind of totals until that second flight comes through, and then you'll have a final attempt in the finals and kind of see what's going on. So their seed marks predicted them into either the first flight or second flight in this long jump. And again, if you're not familiar with how they do things in track, that looks to be a Franklin athlete. Manchester up is Zachary Friel. And again, just a beautiful day as we prepare for this one.
Absolutely.
Here's a Franklin high jumper. It'd be Josie Lyons. We'll try to get you the height on the bar at this point as she doesn't quite make that leap.
This is the kind of day that you want if you're a pitcher. Not a lot of wind, kind of cool.
It hasn't been that way all week. It's been a
it
really
has not.
nice, warm, but really not that way. Mariah Murray from Anderson was going to have that next high jump attempt, and here she comes. And she clears that one nice and easily for her.
The reason why I kind of brought up pitcher, I want you to give me an update on your guy from. Was it the kid? Was it Stevens'
Yes,
kid? I want
yes.
to know how's he doing.
Well, he's got an under 1 ERA and and is looking. You know, I coach an athlete in high school that is on the major league schemes. 5.45 on the last long jump attempt. But yeah, I coach a young man in football, and he's being. There's scouts at every time he pitches. There's 5 or 6 major league scouts there, and we anticipate he'll be drafted here in July.
Okay.
Franklin athlete again, or another attempt as she missed the first one. Josie Lyons with this attempt, and again, it's a little different in high jump because you pick your early attempts, and if you fail 3 times, you're out. Well. That's at least 2 times there for Josie as she wasn't able to make that attempt. And so there are other athletes, they don't go in order in high jump. You just go till you can't go anymore. And that's a little different. The long jump goes in a strategic pattern, and they're actually looking at the height. You can see them measuring that one. A little different than what they do it in a lot of the high school meets, as I've had to run some of those. Just a little different. And want to get the exact height that you're clearing, so they measure those. And that's the lowest point on the bar. You could see him doing that with an actual stick that's designed to do that. They don't do that one in high school very often. Yeah. They set the standards and let it go. Manchester athlete up on the high jump, and that would be Kendall Geringer. And she clears her first attempt.
Cleared that nicely. It's interesting when you see the high jump. We saw one young lady come from the opposite end. Would that mean that maybe she's left-handed?
Yeah, you can approach the bar either way, and of course high jump has really changed in the last 30, 40 years. Transylvania athlete here in Mira Johnson, and she does not clear that first attempt. They've changed the actual and gone to what they call the Fallsbury flop, which was developed in the 1960s and 70s as to how you're going to do it. It used to be, your grandfather, if he was talking about it, or your dad would probably have learned how to scissors jump, which is different technique. So the flop is what they're using, and if you're right or left-handed, your takeoff foot is going to be determined as which one you're going to go with, and your foot furthest away is what you jump with. instead of the actual. So it's just an odd way to do it in comparison to what, sometimes naturally, but you get a lot more height. And then your body has to literally move over the bar. And you can see them with their takeoff, as you're seeing the athlete right now from Anderson, as she takes off and clears that one as well. Victoria Baver, I believe, is who we're dealing with there. No, it could be Mariah Murray. I'm going to say that's probably Mariah. So, again, those athletes are just trying to make sure they get through their first, second, and attempts. And once you get over the first one, you're in, and you just keep jumping each time. Hanover athlete right now.
Yeah, and this is who I saw coming from the other way, Elijah Craig, coming from the opposite end.
Yes.
So that's what made me ask the question.
Right and left-handed, you're allowed to do it either way. It's just, you're reversing your steps, and same thing with most of the other field events, shot and discus. The spin is completely backwards if you're left-handed compared to what it would be if you're right-handed. Defiance athlete, Shaniqua Lawrence. And the other thing, in football, you're playing an amount of time. In baseball, you play the number of innings. And basketball, it's a timed event. In track and field, you get one shot.
Yeah.
One shot. And sometimes you train the entire year just for that one shot. In this case, high jump, it all comes down to this meet as to, who's going to win in the conference. But again, pushing this way. Mir Johnson, I believe, is the athlete that just jumped there from Transylvania.
So a lot of times you hear it on on a national or on an Olympic scale. We look at maybe the USA events or Olympic events. You talk about athletes training all year for this. You hear that mentioned all the time at some of these big world or big national events.
Yeah, and they really put everything into one time. It's a mental thing as well as it is physical, as you just saw. Again, Shaniqua Lawrence with another attempt, and she could not get over this height.
But it's the same here at the local level as well, as, these athletes, just like, maybe obviously not the Olympic trials or anything, but these athletes are training and training and training, and it's for this. So just like you said, it's a one shot.
Zachary Friel on that last attempt in the long jump. And again, we're going to show you more of the high jump for women's right now, because there are only, and when I say this, in women's high jump, there are 10 athletes right now. As she's making it, she wants to get off that mat in a hurry so that the bar doesn't fall. They'll reassess it after she gets off. But we're seeing a lot of good athletic events here taking place. And again, let me go down through the women's high jump competitors. Kendall Geringer from Manchester, Nosa Igihan from Rose-Hulman, Josie Lyons from Franklin, Mir Johnson, Transylvania, Mariah Murray from Anderson, Shaniqua Lawrence from Defiance, Dara Smith from Rose-Hulman, Victoria Baver from Anderson, and Elijah Green from Hanover. And again, from Defiance, you just saw Shaniqua Lawrence with another attempt there. And they'll continue to move things up. Franklin athlete running on that men's long jump. And that would be Jason Brown. And you can see you measure every one unless they call a scratch and they don't want it measured. You can tell, and everyone can tell when you don't do it as well, especially when you're talking about discus and shot put. You can tell when you're not doing that action. 4.62, and again, you're not going to get in that top group unless you're up to somewhere around 6.3, 6.4. That'll put you in the top 4 or 5 here in this conference track meet in men's long jump.
So funny today. You see it. Of course, people don't see it on the screen. There's different foul in the air. Talk about foul in some of these if you scratch, but almost hit. Almost ran. I had to wait for one to crossed my path when I was coming in. I'm like, oh wait, that's okay.
Well, it's a nice and beautiful Saturday morning,
Absolutely.
and I got up this morning and had to make it out pretty early to get here. But in the same time, it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
And you can't ask for a better track and field day than what you're going to get today. The temperature's not blazing hot. You're going to see quick and fast times in almost everything. The wind is not a factor at all. I look at the flags on top of the goalposts because I'm a football guy, and that's kind of what you do. But those flags on top of the goalposts are barely moving.
Right.
And normally they'll really show you directional movement, and you're just not getting much.
You know what also a good day for?
What's that?
Yard work.
Yeah.
I took my kids to my parents' house, and so my son, I said, take some old shoes, buddy. You'll be in the yard today. So Grandma made breakfast, so they'll be all right. He'll be happy. He'll have a belly full when he goes out there to trim hedges.
Manchester athlete on that high jump is Kendall Geringer, and she wasn't able to clear that one as we're watching. And again, the exact total of how high they jump is determined by the measuring that was done, and we saw that in it as well. Transylvania now up, and in this case, Mir Johnson, I believe, is the next athlete. Mira Johnson from Transylvania. The other thing you'll notice, you see those little white marks.
There.
Can you see the white marks that they're starting with? And what you do is you go out
at their
yes. So usually it's a piece of tape, or sometimes I've seen them use chalk. Different places you're going to mark your actual takeoff spot, and they actually measure those prior to their attempts. They do the same thing on long jump. You know where you're going to take off so that you get your steps right. It's especially important on the long jump, because you want that takeoff to be right at the end of the board when you have the most opportunity to get up. And, that 6 inches that you misfire early on and don't hit the line or don't come close to the line can be that 6 inches you lose by in the long jump, or in this case, meters. But, you're talking about just that little bit of difference in understanding where you take off can really be a determining factor in these field events.
I bet you wish you could put some tape down for some of your field goal kickers through the years. No names, Herb. No names. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, that's a bad story. I can go back to the actual year, time, date, the whole deal.
You can.
Hanover athlete taking off there.
Boy, she cleared that easily, didn't she?
Well, Elijah Craig is the last one in the women's high jump as far as given the opportunity. She's one of the qualifiers, 1.40 meters. And again, we're looking at different athletes. It was the first time we've seen an athlete from Rose-Hulman. Nosa Igihan is going to be the leaper. And she cleared that very easily. And she is one of the leaders coming in with her seed mark at 1.58 meters, as she can she's an outstanding athlete, and we know that. We saw her in the indoor championships earlier this year. Now from Anderson, Mariah Murray. And again, Mariah Murray and Nosa Igihan came in with the highest seed mark in height prior to this track meet, so they're seeded in that opportunity. Another athlete from Rose-Hulman is Dara Smith, and she would be in the top 3 as far as seed marks, and you're seeing them kind of weed their way through the actual ability to see what's going on. Now you're starting to get much higher height, as they will never lower the bar to let somebody jump. It's always raised.
That's are you talking about high jump or talking about life?
High jump. If you start,
I didn't know if you were talking about life or what.
No,
I'm messing with you. But you're right.
High jump. They never lower that bar. It always is raised, and because of that, you'll see what's going on. Kendall Geringer can't get over that attempt. The young lady from Manchester.
Very close on that one. As it's just you're talking about a game of inches.
Game of that's
Boy.
what this whole thing
From
is.
the takeoff to the clear.
Yes.
I mean everything.
It's all precision.
Yeah.
And you can see the long jumper, and when he goes in, he's like, that I didn't like that one. You could tell his face, just he didn't feel comfortable with it. And again, the athlete from Defiance in this case, not being able to make that one, or excuse me, that wasn't Defiance. That was I'm not going to say. I hit the wrong color. Anderson up to jump now, as Victoria Baver is still in. Or excuse me, this would be Mariah Murray. As she'll take her attempt. And you can see that arched back.
Yep.
Beautiful shot there. We get to see all these athletes in their prime. And when you say that, this should be the time of the year when you're feeling good and things are really warmed up and it's a good day.
Absolutely.
That was a scratch. As you can see him hold up the red flag. He didn't quite make that one. Another Manchester athlete with this one. It looks like Geringer made it over that attempt.
She did.
She'll move on to the next height as well. One thing nice right now I can see is these athletes are not waiting a long time. They'll have a minute to take off, but they're doing it much quicker than that. And so we're moving along quite well in this track meet, especially in the field events. Transylvania, she caught that on the way up, and you can see just the idea. Franklin athlete scratched on that one as well from the takeoff on the long jump. Again, Anderson had two athletes in there, Victoria Baver, and I'm going to say she is probably out right now, as Mariah Murray will get another attempt.
I'm gonna guess that is Victoria Baver, because remember the other athlete cleared weight quite easily, and I see her seed mark as the higher one. So I wonder if that's Baver there.
Well, I'm going to show you this one here just a second. Hers is at 1.58, and the other one came in at 1.4. So
yeah, but the other one is the one that cleared.
Yeah. So as we look at these, it's hard for us right now because they don't have their numbers on in the other, and they're going to raise the bar, and you can see it being raised to exactly what he wants on it. And they're predetermined raisings, and then, of course, the last one, whoever's left gets a chance to better the mark over everybody, and they can put that bar wherever they want to and continue going until they make that failed attempt. You know, you tell your athletes that failure is not a bad thing, and you're pushing yourself to the limit on these field events. And when I say that, especially on a high jump, high jumpers always know they're going to fail right at the last. You're not going to always get every jump in. It's not always going to be perfect. There is failure, and overcoming failure is why you compete in athletics, to make sure that you have that chance that it transfers into your own life, where you don't just back off on things that are going on. You continue to go. Even though you might fail, you take that chance and take that risk. And it's kind of the best thing about college athletics and about any athletics for that matter, is making sure you give your best effort in everything you do. Athlete from Hanover, that would be Elijah Craig. And she'll take that high jump attempt. Doesn't quite get that one. As you raise the bar, and it makes it a little more difficult to make sure you get up.
You know,
and you can see the athletes, and this would be the second flight of the finals in the men's long jump. They're warming up right now. So Nosa Igihan up with the next attempt. And she cleared that one.
So this will be interesting as we, keep getting that bar raised on this event. It's going to be interesting. It'll come down to just a few. As you see, the Anderson athlete, once again, it's no problem whatsoever. Just
Yep. Yeah, and I think you're right. That
needs
is
to clear.
Mariah Murray.
And we expect
For Rose-Hulman, Dara Smith.
we expect her to clear this. Her last jump looked really good.
Dara Smith with
no
the
problem.
attempt, and she makes that over quite easily.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking
Yeah.
on your seed marks going in, Mariah Murray, Dara Smith, and Nosa Igihan were the top three coming in. Geringer was a close fourth in that group as well. And the men are warming up on the long jump.
Would love to see Kendall be able to clear this here.
Kendall Geringer. She
Yeah.
doesn't quite get it. Well, the other
No.
thing you're going to notice is that, and I know this sounds you're going to look at me like you coached high jump, a couple of years, and it's not anything super noticeable. But in the middle, where the yellow is, and the yellow and green, where they have the actual name of the company that put it on there, that middle mark is where you really want to take off. If you take off to the side of those, the bar is just a tad higher. And so the lowest point in the sag of the bar is in the middle, and that's where you want your rear end to clear. And getting close there, but not quite making it over. Another athlete taking off there, and that's probably Baver is who that was, Victoria Baver. The men are warming up on that second flight, and again, the men will go back and 20, 30 minutes before this whole track meet starts, they'll make a mark, or they'll set something that's not going to have a problem with somebody else, and he's getting ready to set his mark. That's what he's doing with the run-through. Another attempt by a Manchester athlete this time, and Kendall Geringer could not get over that last attempt. But you can see him run all the way through, and now he's figured out that's where I need to start, and they'll move things back. They'll actually measure it off and have a tape measure they bring just to do that, and make sure that their takeoff for that long jump is in the right spot. And again, athletes in high jump do the same thing. Elijah Craig, and she could not get over that one.
Yeah, at that time on the way up,
We're right now to the main height that's separating everybody on the women's high jump. And if you notice, they changed the high jump and went from the low mark to the high one, so they had to reduce it, and then they'll measure it out and make sure they're in the exact right spot for that. But those are some of the things you don't really notice on the long jump. You have to mark everything out and make sure your takeoff is at the exact same spot every time. And Nosa Igihan is getting ready for her attempt. And we're right at that top mark for the conference finals will be determined on this one.
Yeah. And this is what Mary just saw this. The door is open.
Yeah. Have that opportunity, Mariah Murray.
That's right.
And again, her seed height was the same as Igihan, and Murray clears that one easily.
Easily.
Beautiful jump.
Absolutely.
Now for Rose-Hulman is Dara Smith.
I think she's going to clear this also. Oh,
pretty close.
Yeah, just on the way down, just just caught the bar on the way down.
And a lot of times you get pretty close. We're down to 3 athletes now. So down to 3 athletes in the women's high jump. Nosa Igihan, and she missed her and failed on her first attempt. Mariah Murray cleared hers. And Dara Smith, and there's Igihan getting over the same height. So we'll have 2 more move on to the next height as they'll raise the bar. But again, Dara Smith has a chance to make her appearance known in that top 3.
Yep.
And Dara Smith, she already has 1 failed attempt. And she still has, there will be time left on the clock because she'll just go and line up and try it again. Depends on if she crossed the bar. And you notice there was a white flag that was up, and so she'll get that opportunity. But she has to go very quickly now. She doesn't have a chance to wait. Pretty close.
Yep.
But not quite
Her
over the bar.
Her leg catch it, look like.
And again, that jump has to occur at the exact right spot, and then everything else is a coordinated effort. And she'll have 1 more attempt, and so they put her on the clock, and we can just barely hear them giving the instructions on it. It's a localized microphone. And she has to clear this to move on.
No pressure or anything.
And
there we go.
She clears it.
Yeah.
So 3 more move up to the next height.
And it's interesting that when you have that situation going on, of course, lots of training, but boy, in a pressure situation, you have 3 jumps in a row,
Right.
with no breather.
Well, and
So
the first one, of course, was her pass. She ran past it. Now, if she would have put her arm underneath the bar or broken that plane of the bar, then you would have had a scratch on that attempt. But she stayed away from it. She didn't like her approach, stayed away, circled back, got the second leap, and then on the third leap making it through. That's tough.
not easy to make the leap after you run through.
No.
Psychologically, especially.
No, it's very difficult.
Yes, so kudos.
Nosi Igihan now with her first attempt on this one. She just grazes the bar. She did that on her first attempt at the previous height. We want to thank our sponsors for today's broadcast: A Plus Printing, Goshen H&R Block, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Morris Manufacturing, Riddell National Bank, Shaw Chiropractic, Sonic Drive-In, and York Automotive. Up now for Anderson, Mariah Murray. And although she cleared the other height very easily, you could see this is going to be a struggle for everyone.
Yeah, it looked like she hit that with her back, actually. That's interesting. Like on the way up. So it's going to be, like you said, it's going to be interesting for these final three as they try to best each other.
5 feet 4 inches is the height we're at. And again, we're measuring in meters, so that kind of gives you an idea of where it is. Our transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with 5 locations as Dara
there
Smith.
we go.
Whew.
Very nice.
Dara makes that one her leap and puts her back into the lead. She'll go to the next height, and we're down to 2 more to see if she's going to have any competition in this one.
Yeah.
At 5'4". But, the transportation from York is in Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield, and we appreciate their sponsorship of Indiana Sports Network. And that's how we get back and forth to different places. Nosa Igihan with that leap. She clears it as well, and we'll have 2 Rose-Hulmans at the athletes in the next height as it will be raised. And now the pressure builds for Mariah Murray. She failed on her first attempt. She'll have 2 more. And she makes it through. So we're going to raise that bar above the
Boy,
5-4 mark
I tell you.
and see what's going on that way. Let's take a short break, and we'll be right back with the women's high jump.
If you are an athlete, a farmer, work in the factory, or just work in your own backyard, you need the benefits of chiropractic care. Shaw Chiropractic, located in the Brazil Kroger Strip Mall. Dr. Julie and Dr. Michael Shaw, your friends for chiropractic care.
Oh, heaven.
So you think chicken is heaven?
Oh my gosh, it's yes. I love that the bun's toasted and the chicken's cooked to the crisp. It is perfect. Chicken slinger.
Heaven in my mouth.
Nosa Igihan getting ready for the attempt. And she clears that one as well.
Yeah.
You can tell when she's jumping, she has a little bit higher to go even. It's just that technique. If you fail on your technique, pulls you way down. Bar was raised 1 inch to 5.5. Mariah Murray will have her first attempt at 5.5. And she doesn't clear that one. And again, you have three attempts at each height.
Yeah.
So you can be, this can go on for a little while. The men's long jump has started in the other area, as we saw one of the runners actually getting one going there. Dara Smith with her first attempt. And again, she bypasses it. She'll circle around. Notice the white flag is up saying there's no scratch yet. And she has a time on this where she has to make sure she makes the attempt within the given time. And she misses her first attempt on 5.5. So you're down to Mariah Murray and Dara Smith.
And this is 1.65 meters. So higher than any of the seed marks by
A little bit.
a little margin.
Yeah.
So of course these are the championships.
Yes. And this is when you want to put out the
That's
best
right.
effort. Again, you've trained all year and gone to meets just to get to this point, and the second attempt by Murray fails. Your misses will count to determine second place if neither athlete can make it through your previous missed attempts.
Dara Smith. Not quite. How much time do they have between? So once
It's like a
once the
minute,
bar is reset, does your minute start at that
minute
point?
and a half, I
Okay,
believe.
okay.
Most of these athletes, because if they're going to do a run through or pass through, they go earlier in their time. Some athletes wait just a little bit, and again, she'll have that opportunity. This is it for her. This is the last attempt for her. If she fails this one, she won't have the opportunity to go up for that championship jump.
And I'm glad she made it pass because I can't even tell you why, but it didn't look right to me. I can't tell you why, but
Yep.
So
And you notice she asks, how much time do I have left? And he'll tell her. And this is it for Mariah Murray. Takes the leap, couldn't get it through. And we're down to Dara Smith. And you can just see the emotion on all the faces here when it comes down to the last jump or that last attempt. She took the leap, couldn't get through, and we will have a champion in Nosa Igihan. So Nosa Igihan, you can see her in the background. As she'll go over and ask what it's going to be moved up to. They'll move it up to whatever she wants, but I believe it's going to probably be moved up to 5'6". They'll measure it out and make sure we have exactly what they want. And notice Coach is telling her, hey, why don't you try this leap? Because you want to try to get things going. And the reason why is because there are athletic records that are kept for the meet and for the stadium. And the meet record for this one in the high jump, and let me hit the women's record in high jump, is 5'10" and a half. So yeah, that would be way up there. You're at 5'5" now, is what they're telling us, or 5'6". So, do you want to put the extra 3 or 4 inches and take your 3 attempts, or it's not going to hurt you any?
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's a huge leap, and that happened by Liz Evans in 2013.
I wonder what Nosa's personal best is.
Well, and that's what she'll go for, and then we'll give you the actual jump here in just a little bit. We'll go back over to the men's long jump, and you can see she's getting serious now.
Right.
She's getting serious, getting ready on this, and tried to stay warm.
Yeah, she put her shirt on for a few moments. And to warm up a little bit, stay warm, and now ready to make this attempt. And she's talking to Smith after talking to Coach. Now she's talking to her teammate.
It's all mental at this point. Giving yourself an opportunity to do the physical.
Of course, Nosa, a multi-sport athlete, we'll see her in a moment. And came here on to play a couple sports. Well, she didn't come here to play a couple sports. She came here to get an engineering degree. But she thought she played 2 sports, and she did for a year. And then after her first year of basketball, said, I think I need to focus on track and field. And looking at the success that she's had, you see why. She's a very gifted athlete.
Jair Adams was on a run through there in the men's long jump. As we're down to the last few, the men's long jumpers are taking off now. And again, we want to see this one. They'll have several more attempts, and then we'll give you the lineup in that men's long jump. And again, the exact measurement of the height of this high jump for the women's champion, and we can say that one, Nosa Igihan.
I believe she also won the indoor, if I remember correctly. Won multiple events during the indoor track and field a couple months ago.
And she is an outstanding athlete, and again, we'll see conference champions crowned in every event today. Here's Igihan with that first attempt, and she couldn't quite get it.
You know, it's interesting though, Herb. On the last 3, including this one, the last 3 heights, she's missed her first run through.
Well, sure, and that's not uncommon. It's clearing that angle, getting your best leap, seeing what you can do that way. And it's, again, a beautiful day here in Terre Haute at the HCAC Track and Field Championships. All the teams are represented in the conference. And it's also odd, and I'm going to say this from a conference standings, to pick up, you have 10 teams in this one, and just making sure everybody is involved in the track and field. That's one of the sports that everybody in the conference is involved in.
Yeah.
Where, football, there's not every one of these teams. A couple of them don't field teams. And there's some Rose-Hulman athletes in this long jump, as you're going to see that one break down through. And again, for Rose-Hulman, Jacob Back, Jacob Evie, Timothy Yount, Kernan Lee, and Noah Thomas. Other athletes in that long jump would be Jair Adams from Anderson, Reese Hunter from Hanover, Blessed Shumba from Earlham, and Desmond Gist from Bluffton.
It's interesting because out of those gentlemen that you just named, was that 9 guys? I'm thinking that there's probably 7 of them, that maybe 8 even, that'll be running some of the track events.
Right. And that's normally the same type of athlete in a long jump as there is in the 100 meters and 200 meters.
Yep.
And then when you put in the relays, you're going to get your best athlete's going to be in 4 events.
Yeah.
And can you name the athlete? Here's your question for today. Can you name the athlete that single-handedly won the NCAA national championships? And this would have been about 1920.
1920.
No, it wouldn't even have been. It'd been earlier than that. It'd be about 1910.
You got to give me a minute.
Greatest athlete in American history.
I can see his face right now, and I'm having a.
You want me to tell you another funny one? And I'll give you this one. Greatest track athlete you'll ever hear of, Jim Thorpe.
Thank you.
And Jim even has connections in Indiana, as he played semi-pro football for Pine Village, Indiana. They had a football team as they trounced Purdue that year by about 60 points. And
But they're professionals.
Semi-pro. That's why he had trouble with the NCAA with the Olympics, because he had played semi-pro football. And again, Olympics and football, we consider them 2 different sports, but back then they didn't. And so again, Jim Thorpe. And if you see the pictures of Jim Thorpe with 2 different shoes on, that's because somebody stole his shoes, and he actually won all those events wearing borrowed shoes. Interesting athlete. You know why I know that one too? Because he was at Pine Village. Because Pine Village is in the school corporation that I currently teach and coach, and it is like a real tiny little town. So, but yeah, Jim Thorpe has connections even in Indiana.
That's interesting.
And as we get ready, and we'll see some of the more of these field events going through, let's take a short break, and we'll be right back with more from the HCAC Track and Field Championships from Terre Haute, Indiana.
Chili's first because
Chili's
it's
the
like
star.
the star of it. And then cheese is just there to be like,
I'm gonna lift you up.
It would be nothing without the Fritos and the cheese.
And cheese is like the hype man.
Sonic Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap.
I got you.
Yeah.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
New products, new lines, new jobs. Morris Manufacturing is expanding.
A supplier to the automotive industry, producing drivetrain parts for some of the newest, most impressive vehicles, Morris Manufacturing is looking for full and part-time employees to staff these new production lines and supporting departments. Employees earn 40 hours of vacation at 6 months and 80 hours at 1 year. Join one of the area's fastest growing companies. Apply online at morrismfg.com.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to the HCAC Track and Field Championships here at Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. And again, we want to thank all our sponsors for this morning's and this afternoon's event. A-Plus Printing, Goshen H&R Block, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Morris Manufacturing, Riddell National Bank, Shaw Chiropractic, Sonic Drive-In, York Automotive. And again, transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with 5 locations in Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield. And as we take care of our business to make sure that we cover all those people that have helped to put sponsor these events, again, Rose-Hulman's hosted this event several times, and we've had an opportunity to be here both for the indoor and outdoor championships, and this one just a beautiful day, opportunity for all these athletes to compete at their best. Sometimes the weather limits that, and today there will not be a limitation from either wind aided or just the cold causing problems. You can see the longer leap in this second flight from these athletes, and I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to name these out as well. I know that's a Rose-Hulman athlete, and it's either going to be Timothy Yount, Kernan Lee, or so on, because there will be.
Well, there's 2 that we know who they are. I mean, we can spot out Jacob Back.
Yeah, Jacob Back's
a pretty big guy. Noah Thomas.
Yeah,
those 2 we can spot.
We've seen them before, but
sorry,
that's just because they play other sports.
That's right. That we know.
This is Kernan Lee.
Yeah, I was going to.
And
didn't quite.
They give him a completed jump, but you can see he pulled up. There's something wrong there.
Yep.
And that's the other thing people don't realize when you do a major lift in the weight room, or when you are running at full tilt, or you take a jump or a leap, you're much more susceptible to injury. And that's because you are maxing the physical capabilities that you have, and you're more likely to pull a muscle or strain something in anything you do. And so it is, even though you're running and giving your best, that's when injuries can actually take place. Looking like Noah Thomas is going to make his attempt on that long jump. No, this is not.
Jacob Back.
This is Jacob. Yeah, it is Jacob.
Speaking of physical capabilities.
That is a big guy.
That's a big dude, man.
And again, we'll get the finals on these attempts all the way through, and we'll get the results sent to us. You can also look online and see all of the results, as they will be able to be seen online. If you go to the Rose-Hulman athletic schedule part, where we have men's and women's track, and you can see the results on either side.
Of course, this is a 2-day event coming into today's heats. I think it was Manchester held a point advantage and held the number 1 spot. So we'll see as the day progresses how that lead holds.
And as we see leaps taking place different, again, we're not able to, because they don't have actual numbers, we can't really tell you exactly who everybody is. Last jump was 6.03 on the last attempt. Looks like Kernan Lee. And that one, he did have a much better jump. He just didn't take off the first one very well. And yeah, you can tell Lee's not moving as well as he would like to right now.
Can you believe we're already into the May? the 5th month of the year. Yeah, does that seem possible?
Well, we've been cooped up for so long. That amount of time
I guess you're right.
really has changed throughout the year, and I know everyone that's watching this online is thinking the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sure is nice to see the sun shining and a beautiful day that we can get outside and do different things. And I'm not necessarily disappointed that they don't get to mow the lawn today either.
I bet. Oh, honey, I got to go to Terre Haute today. Oh.
As we're watching athletes in the middle of the football field warming up, as they're really trying to warm everything up, it's a lot of things going on as we're getting ready for this one. And it's also kind of nice to see all the tents for these athletes all the way around with all the just kind of a nice scene with Earlham, Hanover, Bluffton, Anderson, and Franklin on the far side with their tents, and the other schools on this side, and they all have tents and gathering spots as they can do things, and still social distance, of course, because of how the HCAC has run the events here in the spring, but athletes given an opportunity to compete and compete well on a beautiful day.
Absolutely. And there'll be lots of competition today throughout the day as we, move forward to different events. I know, like the, shot put and javelin throw, and then move our ways to some of the track events, as like you mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, on the football field, kind of warming up. You'll see groups of 4 on the track practicing their handoffs. You'll see people on the perimeter, on the outside of the track here, kind of just running at a leisurely pace, which for me would be a sprint. With some of the distance warmers warming up, so. As they're going on the outside, like the bike trail. Even. So you see a lot of them doing that as well.
So everybody getting ready, and you're going to have the final flight of the long jump taking place here in just a moment. And we'll try to get the athletes and who's going, but I'm not able to hear what's taking place. But everybody knows those last jumps that they're going to get here in the final flight. And they're checking in as you can see those athletes now going over to check in at the long jump. And so the top group of long jumpers will get another attempt. And that's kind of how they do it. Make sure they get right down to the end. It is also interesting to see, as you talked about earlier for today, that Manchester came in with a slight advantage in all of the point totals. Now, nothing has been decided, of course, right now because the distance runs haven't taken place, and you're not going to really worry about those till the time comes. And just knowing that there's going to be good competition, even in the men's, for what's going on. The women's annual results have changed as well over time period. Hanover took the title in 2019, Rose-Hulman in 2018, Manchester in 2017, 16, and 15. So, you have several different ones. Rose-Hulman has dominated the men's events, though, since they entered the conference. And from 2008 on, Rose-Hulman has been the annual champion of this HCAC Track and Field Outdoor Championships. And then, again, they list out different other things: most valuable track athlete, most valuable field athlete, a newcomer of the year, and then, of course, they give Coach of the Year tends to be the one who wins it. They give Coach of the Year to those. But, again, getting to see these athletes give their very best in an ultimate time. And we're going to pause and take a quick break and come back with the men's final flight of long jump. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
We're choosing colors for the house, and and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
Patty,
100%.
Patty, patty. The flavor, the way they cook it, the way they season it, the way that it's made. Queso burger.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
I don't even think I can make.
And we're back getting ready to look at the men's long jump. You can see there are some holes in the sand right now as they're still warming up, and you can see the athletes. They've gone through their first attempts for the day, and we've come up with a final flight for the men's long jump, and that will be determined on their distances today. Not on previous seeding or anything that way. And so these guys are actually going back through and double checking where they are so their takeoffs are in the right spot. Again, that 3 or 4 inches, 6 inches will really determine the long jump, and you want to make sure that those guys have everything listed out. And so they're waiting for these guys to get their run-throughs and see that their leap off the board. And you can see the board close to those red cones that are there. That board will give you a little bit extra. If you didn't know that, have you probably haven't. You haven't look at me. I'm not going to long jump either. I'm going to tell you that. That's not happening. You put me in a discus or a shot, and I'm probably okay. But you put me in long, and I've had to coach long jump, and they're just real. It's a real understandable idea of what's going on, and coaching is a little bit easier if you can show them film and repetition and all those kinds of things, and we have that availability now, and that's why you see the actual distances and the best ever in the HCAC. They tend to be in the last few years, other than if I'm looking down through the 3,000 meters in men's. The 110 highs in men's still have 1991 athletes, but the rest of them are all in 2005 on to today. So we'll get the results of the women's javelin in just a moment for you as they're announcing those. We'll make sure we pick those up for you quite easily. And again, getting ready for the men's long jump, that final flight, and seeing those guys give their best effort.
It does look like Taylor Tatlock from Franklin won the women's javelin throw with a.
Why don't you give the rundown all the way from like 10 up, and because that's they'll point those all the way from that 10 spot all the way up.
Well, the few young ladies at 10th grade, Maddie Haynes from Manchester, 9th was Kennedy Bruner from Transylvania, 8th Sarah Dickman from Earlham, and then starting with so 8th gets to get 1 point. 7th place gets 2 points. That was Hunter Fields from Franklin. Samantha Nystrom from Rose-Hulman picks up 3 points for the Engineers. 4 points goes to Hanover by way of Jessica Beckman. Cassie Utley from Rose-Hulman, they get 5 points for her. Aaliyah Briggs from Rose-Hulman will finish third, and her throw was 33.99 meters. With a throw of 36.3 meters was Emily Smatlock, and Taylor Tatlock from Franklin with a throw of 37.06 meters. Picks up 10 points for Franklin. So through 5 events, Rose-Hulman in first place with 53 points, Manchester second with 28, and Hanover second place, 37 points, and Manchester third place with 28. That's only through 5 events. So, we're just getting started with this thing for the most part with event scoring. So very early. Lots of fluctuations with the way this thing goes here today. But on the website, they do update different events, and we'll try to give you the totals and the winners as soon as we can with this. And now we're seeing on the long jump from Bluffton, Desmond Gist, as his seed mark was 6.48 meters.
Yeah, you'll have to have a key.
Nice jump from Desmond. It's interesting as on our camera we're seeing the front view, but directly across the football field from where we're sitting, we can see the side view. So we've got to put these two views together, watching the screen and actually seeing what is across the field. It's a very interesting perspective to be able to put all that together. So a nice jump for Gist. And now we have a Transylvania jumper who what should be Jordan Upton. Looks like he made the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get him in a moment.
And he scratched on that one. Really close. That was maybe a half an inch over the end of the board.
So from the long jump, you have the top 9 and ties advance to the finals. He was not in flight number 2.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see who from flight number 1. Did he tie, or was there someone from flight 1 who did not make the finals? Check him back now. I venture to say the tallest high jumper in the championships. Would you agree?
I would say.
Maybe the biggest arms as well.
You pick 6'8" to 6'10", and he's somewhere in that neighborhood, and he's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy. .583 on that jump for back. And another Rose-Hulman jumper here. I'm going to guess the staff on the right is Trey Wirtz. Right there, the sweep in the pit there. He's 6'09" for your jump, but Trey Wirtz is about 6'9", and not a beanpole. So I'm guessing that's who that. He usually helps out with these events. So I'm gonna guess. There's not a whole lot of 6'9" guys just walking around at Rose-Hulman. So. Now Hanover. Reese Hunter, excuse me. I actually know someone named Hunter Reese. He worked for my dad. He now Gosh, what is Hunter doing? I want to say he's a lawyer now. But yeah, he was one of my dad's managers. Hardy's a long time ago. Very nice man. I actually think he lives up in your area. So
I knew one too. That's why
Okay.
we're probably the same guy.
Redhead?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would he live up in your area?
Did at one point.
Okay. Yeah.
$5.74 on the last jump.
Now, Blessed Shumba from Earlham. Small grilled herb. It's really a small world and I'm sitting next to you. I think that sitting next to you makes the world much smaller.
Much smaller place, doesn't it?
Oh, mercy.
Yeah, and I haven't had to. We haven't talked about where everybody's from yet.
No, we
either,
haven't.
So
No,
we'll
we
get
haven't.
there.
It's been a while, man. I've been missing our talks. Yeah.
Well, the COVID stuff wasn't nice to me, you know that,
Yeah,
and
me neither.
I was glad I kind of got through it.
Yeah.
But just the way it works, it's awful nice to see these guys going. Here's a Bluffton athlete that's going to be in the long jump. He made the finals. It looks like Desmond Gist. That's an awful nice jump.
It is. I was just thinking the same thing.
He really got up in the air on that
Boy.
one. Had a lot of distance, and we'll see what the distance is there.
Wow.
6.58.
Wow.
And that is a huge leap.
It is.
Gist came in with the lead as far as the seed mark, and he extended that as well. That's his best leap of the year from what we're gathering.
Boy.
Again, an opportunity for everyone here to do their best.
Upton from Transylvania again.
And again, he will go through. This would be the second time through. As soon as we get the results entered in, 5.56 on that leap, but that's nowhere close to the 6.5 over a 6.5 inch or 6.5 meter leap that we saw from Desmond Gist as he just flew through the air on that one.
That was a better jump there for Jacob, it looked like.
Another solid leap. And one of the things you'll notice is if you're scoring for these, if you have several of these athletes gaining points, they will overcome someone's point total simply because you have the mass quantities of athletes. And right now, Rose-Hulman will gain needed space or needed numbers on these leaps.
Yep.
Because their athletes are going to gain points for the track championship.
And it looked like Jacob must have scratched on his last jump.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that was why it looked so good.
5.78. Again, they're going up the actual list of what's going on. Hanover athlete now in the finals. We're going to assume that, again, is Reese Hunter. So Reese Hunter will be up on this one. .90 for Reese Hunter. And again, the seed numbers give you an idea of where they can leap, their best jumps of the year, but you really are looking for the actual best jump of today to make the finals. So a couple of these guys, because we're not wearing numbers on this group, it's difficult for us to actually identify the athletes. 6.04 for that previous leap. Another Rose-Hulman athlete. Or excuse me, this is Earlham. I looked at the color and didn't give this one.
Blessed, color will throw you off.
You're right. That's right. Color
right.
throws me. Blessed. Thank you, my friend. Blessed Shumba. From Earlham, and heel scratch on that one. Wasn't able to get it going. They'll have a rake through and try the next athlete. And you can see the flags being raised when someone says they'll call the name, like caution, here's the next one up, and so they'll give the list of who's going in order. And everyone has their ability to rank the jumps. As the men are preparing, some of the high jumpers are getting their run-throughs and making their marks. They're not quite ready. I'd say they've got 5 minutes or so before the men's high jump is going to take place. Gist now, Desmond Gist, who we saw had a huge leap earlier in this final flight.
It's another big one.
Another really big jump. As we're taking the premier athletes here in the HCAC, and you really saw him go after that one.
Can't wait to hear the time, the distance on this one. Goodness.
6.5. Not as good as his prior jump, but still higher than what he had as a seed mark coming in. So he likes the weather here, I think.
Nobody's getting close to his mark.
No.
He is.
You can really see he gets the height and extension, and then he has the flexibility to really finish the actual jump.
You know, it's interesting when you see premier athletes, they make it look easy.
Yeah.
And that's what Desmond just like, man.
Same kind of thing, making it look easy. That's what the professional athletes do, and that's what.
Yeah.
And even though you're Division III, you're talking about some really solid athletes in this conference, and have been for years.
Mm-hmm.
Huge extension. Solid lead by Jordan Upton. And there are several athletes that are not in there. 5.83, and that's well above his seed mark. He had a 5.51 seed, so he's extended his own personal record for the year. As an athlete and as a coach, you always want to see your best performance towards the end of the year, and that's exactly what took place for that young man in Jordan Upton. Jacob Back, who had a 6.39 seed coming in, that's a pretty good leap, but again, the premier guy in this event right now has been Desmond Gist during the day, the long jumper from Bluffton, who holds a substantial lead. And again, those evaporate very quickly if you get somebody who can do it. 5.66, and again, that's not close to his best leap. His best leap coming in was 6.39. So, to win an event like this, you have to do your best that you've probably done all year to have a chance to win one. But again, Rose-Hulman with athletes in the finals, several. So they'll get point totals on this, and that will make a difference in the team if you can come out of each event leading in each event, even though you don't win them. Your point total towards a championship builds and builds and builds, and then you become insurmountable when you hit some of the actual races. 5.87 was the last leap.
You think any of the Rose-Hulman golfers, you get tired of studying for a minute, you're like, I'm gonna go hit the long jump pit, chip a few, and then go back to studying. You don't have time to go to the golf course, but let me just take 10 minutes to go chip for a while.
Well, you look at these, and here's a Hanover athlete in Reese Hunter, and Reese will take off on that one. He'll get a good leap. That was a solid leap for Reese. But one of the things, and I was able to talk to several people this week on this idea. I have a couple students looking at different places to go to school, and we're discussing those. And a lot of the schools, 605 by Reese Hunter, a lot of the schools in the conferences, the athletic conferences, tend to be of the same makeup. And I know we talk about Rose-Hulman and other schools in the Midwest. There are some premier academic schools, Rose-Hulman being the best engineering school that is in our general area. But, and again, from that, and did he scratch? Yes, he did. It looked like he just made it over the board. But a lot of the schools in the HCAC have similar academic requirements, and that's what makes the competition a little bit better for a lot of them. And when you look at these schools, that's what makes up a conference. You look at schools in the Big Ten or the Mid-America Conference, or even down to the Division III, the HCAC. Schools in a similar proximity with similar style athletes. Great competition. Blessed Shumba with his attempt. And again, we're getting down towards the end of these final, and he scratched, went just over the tip of the board. Good leap, but those don't count if you go over the top of the board, and everybody's trying to pick up that extra inch or two in length. And as we prepare for Desmond Gist, well over 6.5 his last attempt. And you can see why he's the last in this actual flight in the finals. And you can notice the measuring tool by which they go. Another, just the height on how he takes off right now is tremendous. And so digital measuring makes it much quicker than pulling a tape measure out and doing this. So we're waiting on the measurement we get off of the men's long jump. Well, he may not need the actual measurement on this when we know Gist with the lead going into the final with nobody close to him. And we'll get the finals on exactly who wins and what position those are. As we'll take a break. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships here on Indiana Sports Network.
Burger or grilled cheese?
Grilled cheese.
Burger.
I want the crispy tenders and the tots. This patty, really fresh. I'm gonna try to chow this thing down before I get to the wrapper. Sonic Wacky Pack.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants. We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstadter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
4 years ago, I drove my daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Riddell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Riddell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Riddell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
I don't even think I can make this at home for $3.99.
No, you have to buy the meat, you have to buy the queso, you have to buy the bread, you have to buy the cheese, you gotta buy the grill, you gotta buy everything.
Queso burger.
Ooh.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to the HCAC Track and Field Championships here from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology in Terre Haute, Indiana. Again, an opportunity to see the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference and their best athletes here in track and field, as we're bringing a lot of the field events now because they'll run early here from 11 o'clock start time all the way through to the end of this one. And you're seeing the actual field events that we have scheduled, getting ready to start here on some running events as well.
We actually have some finals that, if we want to run through some finals, I'll hand some of this over to you. It depends on how long my voice will allow. Some of the finals were run yesterday. I know yesterday in the women's pole vault.
And we're going to get a race here very quickly, so I may pause on this one for a second as we get set up. And we are in as I'm looking on this, and they're clearing the track with hurdles. Four by 100 meters is what we're going to be running right now. So, again, the 4 by 100 meters. 4 by 100 meter relay for women. In lane 2 is Earlham with Hermes, Holzkamp, Dickman, and Doyer. Lane 3 is Rose-Hulman, Aladipupu, Foltz, Adeyemi, and Igihan. Lane 4 is Hanover with Craig, Gerke, Carroll, and Martin. Lane 5, Anderson with Franklin, Murray, Smatlick, and Baver. Lane 6 is Manchester, Smith, Bowens, Geringer, and Stanko. And in lane 7 is Manchester with Marku, Powell, Ashidin, and Lawrence. And these are the athletes that you saw, some of them in the women's high jump.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the 4x100 meter relay. Seed time, the lowest seed time coming in is Hanover. They're in lane 4. And you'll see these young ladies getting ready to go. Again, Earlham in lane 2. Rose-Hulman is in lane 3. Hanover, lane 4. Anderson is in lane 5. Manchester in lane 6. And Defiance in lane 7. Lanes 1 and 8 are empty. So 6 teams as we prepare to start the 4x100 meter relay team, and they're off. Solid start. And as you see the handoffs, of course, you know when the handoffs occur, whoever gets that first handoff is in the lead. And right in the middle, Anderson is flying away with this one. Really running hard. A handoff. They have to stay in their lanes and make sure they don't obstruct anyone else. They're going to come around. It's going to be close. Anderson in a short lead right now.
Watch out for Iggy Hahn.
And Earlham, here comes Iggy Hahn for Rose-Hulman. She's taken away, but look at the middle lane from Hanover.
Wow.
Martin with a huge run. It's Iggy Hahn and Martin just cruises away with that one. It'll be unofficially Hanover and Rose-Hulman 1-2 in that race, but an outstanding race. You could just see as soon as the last or that anchor for Hanover took off, she just is blazing fast.
And that's why she runs anchor. That's why your anchor is going to be one of your better athletes, if not the best, of your 4. And it looked like Anderson had a little trouble with that last baton exchange. It really slowed them down. Rose-Hulman had a great exchange, but man, Hanover.
And you can see the times there right in front on your screen. Hanover with the win. Defiance 6th, Earlham 5th in this one. Manchester 4th, Anderson 3rd, Rose-Hulman 2nd. And winning this one was Hanover as they were flying around in a 50.90 4x100 meters. So just a huge race and a huge final. When you looked at that last anchor leg, it was just cooking.
So that'll be 10 huge points for Hanover right there.
So big opportunity as Hanover wins the 4x100 for women. We're going to pause, take a break, and we'll come right back with more from Terre Haute, Indiana on the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
If you are an athlete, a farmer, work in the factory, or just work in your own backyard, you need the benefits of chiropractic care. Shaw Chiropractic, located in the Brazil Kroger Strip Mall. Dr. Julie and Dr. Michael Shaw, your friends for chiropractic care.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
Oh, heaven.
So you think chicken is heaven?
Oh my gosh, it's yes. I love that the bun's toasted and the chicken's cooked to the crisp. It is perfect. Chicken slinger.
Heaven in my mouth.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And you just saw the 4x100 meter relay, officially won by Hanover. They'll get 10 big points from that. Rose-Hulman did finish in second, and it was a very good time by Hanover for that relay. As you mentioned it, once they hit that last leg, that anchor leg, they really took off and brought it on home as the anchor, for Hanover. Zoya Martin, who that was, is that young lady. There's a reason why she's anchor. I mean, she absolutely flew past a couple of different participants to win that event. So, first track event of the day is in the books.
And you're seeing the men's high jump. And with that, the men's high jump, there are 11 participants. Lawrence LaFoon from Anderson, Greg Black from Manchester, Chris Yeager from Rose-Hulman, Zach Callahan from Rose-Hulman, John Reese from Defiance, Zachary Friel from Manchester, Joe Powell from Manchester, Reese Hunter from Hanover, Chase Helms from Mount St. Joe, Jacob Eve from Rose-Hulman, and Jordan Upton from Transylvania. Those will be the participants in the men's high jump. Again, 2 athletes from Manchester, 3 from Rose-Hulman, and the others in the event have 1. And as you're seeing the pictures there, we'll get ready for, again, another opportunity to run actual races as they've maintained the judges for the 4x100 in men, as we'll prepare for that one as well. In the men's race, they will have races. We'll have 2 of them, as all the teams in the conference will supply teams for this 4x100 in the men's finals here. Those will be judged off of the times that they have in your first section of the finals. We have Transylvania in lane 3 with no time, Hanover with a seed time of 45.78, and Bluffton in lane 5 with no time as well. So there's a couple of these teams that haven't really run a race in the 4x100 meters. Then in the final section of 2, and again, you're going on time, so even though you may be behind in the race, it's very important that they function all the way through and pick up their time, because they're actually running against time. In that section 2 would be Manchester, Earlham, Defiance, Rose-Hulman, Anderson, and Franklin. So here we are in section 1 of the finals. There will be, again, 3 teams running in this one. Transylvania in lane 3 with Stiltner, Peter, Winter, and Meter. In lane 4 is Hanover with Galante, Simpson, Forrest, and Hunter in that order. In lane 5 for Bluffton will be Warlick, Gist, Ritchie, and McCoy. Again, the sprinters tend to be the guys who run the 4x100, the 100 meters, 200 meters, long jump, and high jump. And so that's what we're seeing right now is, again, this first section of the 4x100 meters. There are 3 teams entered, and you can see those getting ready right now with Transylvania lane 3, Hanover in lane 4, Bluffton is in lane 5. So just 3 teams in this first heat. They're going against time. And that would be the same with the other, although you would consider in the second section would have the faster times, which it does, with Transylvania and Bluffton not having timed entries coming in.
And that's interesting.
Yes, because Gist is quite the athlete, as we've seen in the long jump. Yep. He can fly, and they have him listed as the second, and he is the second leg of this 4x100. If he's not the anchor, I'm kind of interested to see who is. because he is an athlete, as he just won the long jump with a very decisive margin. And again, we're getting ready for this one. Times are up, and we'll see those. We'll be able to see the actual times and who does things here in just a moment, as we have the electronic timing as well as an electronic scoreboard that'll give you the results once these races are completed. So again, they're getting ready for this 4 by 100 meter relay, 2 sections. Section 1 is Transylvania, Hanover, and Bluffton in lanes 3, 4, and 5.
Of course, this race is a pretty fast race. Obviously, is they'll go around in the blur as you saw a moment ago with the ladies. Baton toss, so crucial. Not toss, but exchange. Let me say it right.
And we're up. Clean start. Going around to the outside. Lane 5 is Bluffton. They'll appear in the lead till they hit the staggers. Handoff's taking place.
You dropped the baton.
And that'll get you, so only 2 will finish.
Oh, boy. That's disappointing.
Hanover takes the lead right now as they have a nice, and when I say this, a big lead. Hanover coming in with a 45.78 has been their time, so we'll see if they increase that. That'll make a big difference. Hanover takes the clean exchange all the way through.
And I'll say good job by Hanover not being affected by the baton drop. It's so easy to be affected by that, as you see in your periphery. You want to stay out of the way and make sure you don't get impeded. But to stay focused, Hanover, a good job. And you see that time there, Herb.
45.32, and that's not as good as a couple of the seed times coming in, but it is good enough that it would have put them, if they'd have run that earlier in the year, would have put them in the finals or put them in the second heat.
Right.
So the best time they've run in that event is a 45.32.
That's got to be frustrating for
it always is.
To have that baton drop. That's a lot of practice and a lot of
it looks
timing.
Easy. It looks easy, but it's not.
It's not. No. Because you have a certain amount of time. It's not like you have a specific amount of time, distance to make that exchange.
Right. And if you see the big triangle right in front of the runner from Anderson in lane 6, as he's getting set there, there's a big triangle of passing that baton's going to have to be passed in between, and they're 2 triangle marks, and you do have a judge watching to make sure that the pass is between the marks, so you're not getting a pass that's too long or too short, and you get that handoff in a correct fashion. So
you also have to be concerned with the speed of the person the baton is being passed to. You have to have that right.
Right.
So it's not like you're going at a stop. You're not at a sprint. So that's very difficult.
Let me go down through the participants here. Manchester is Schreffler, Bruno, Friel, Serber. In lane 2, Earlham with Lindsay, Sadiq, Fitzgibbon, and Faulkner. In lane 4 for Defiance is Yanavir, Moody, Fleming, and Marshall. In lane 5 for Rose-Hulman, Brackett, Brown, Yeager, and Thomas. In lane 6 for Anderson is Meadows, Adams, Caro, and Lamson. In lane 7 for Franklin, Patton, Bequirit, Gibson, and Roberts. And so those runners will be in the staggered areas, ready for handoffs, as we'll see this start for the 4 by 100 meters in men's, the relay. Again, they're going against time. 45.32 was the fastest time in Section 1, and they're going against time here in Section 2 as well. As we prepare for the start of the men's 4x100 meters. Manchester, Earlham, Defiance, Rose-Hulman, Anderson, and Franklin. Outside lanes you can see is Franklin with Anderson. And again, it's where that handoff occurs. Running down the back stretch. Anderson with a good leg. And again, looks like Earlham and Defiance with the good legs. We'll see where it comes when they head down this stretch here on the front stretch. And quick handoffs down the middle. Anderson with the lead, but immediately down that middle.
Look at Noah Thomas.
And Noah Thomas from Rose-Hulman is coming and closing in.
Wow.
And we'll see what happens here.
Wow.
And we'll get the times here in just a moment as we'll watch the Rose-Hulman will win that with 43.54, and that's a huge time difference from coming in. Defiance in second, Anderson third, Manchester fourth, and the times, like I said, will make a big difference. There's a 44. 1 through 4 is still within that 44 range, and Earlham and Franklin bring up the rear of the second heat, but that also means that for Hanover in Heat 1, they will end up in seventh place.
Yep.
So Hanover will end up in 7th, Franklin in 6th, Earlham 5th, and you'll see the actual results here in just a second. But again, coming down that anchor leg, it was Anderson with the lead, and all of a sudden Rose-Hulman came from behind.
He was probably in 5th place, 4th to 5th place.
So again, nice job by all those runners, as we didn't see the baton dropped except one time, and that was in the early, the first heat of what's going on. Let's pause and take a break. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships from Terre Haute.
In Searcy, Arkansas, a young man says I love you for the first time, but his girlfriend doesn't quite hear. In Franklin, Tennessee, a boy encounters his first pickle. And in Kyle, Texas, after a mission for tots, cousins realize they're a long way from Kyle, Texas. One day, many people, millions of orders. This is Howie Sonic.
At A Plus Printing, we do it all. Screen printing, business printing and documents, printing for weddings and senior announcements, screen printing of hats, shirts, sports teams, and uniforms, promotional items of all kinds, including koozies and coffee mugs. You name it, A Plus can print it. A Plus Printing in Brazil.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And as we prepare for this one, we have the men's 4x100 meter relay. Next, we'll have the women's 1,500 meter run, the finals of the women's 1,500 meter run. And as we look for that, the 1,500 meter run, there are 10 athletes that will be in here. Maggie Sharon from Rose-Hulman does not have a seating time. Emily Salzman from Mount St. Joe. Tabby Rollman from Bluffton, Cassidy Killian from Transylvania, Lexi Gurr from Hanover, Sarah Rohr from Manchester, Ashley Cenarius from Hanover, Kayla Hess from Mount St. Joe, Grace Esterline from Franklin, and Hope Nixon from Bluffton. And those will be the Section 1 of the 2 finals. And it says in Section 2 of the finals, we'll have another section. Again, 2 sections in the 1,500 meter run. They will all be going on time. And so, again, 1,500 meters. It starts across the track. They'll have a straight lane all the way down. Again, they'll start in the lanes. They're able to move and hit the other side. And you'll see them all line up in single file. And we'll be able to see some of the numbers. Number 83 is Kayla Hess from Mount St. Joe. And she came in with the lowest seed time in this Section 1 of 2 finals. And we'll be able to see the numbers as they come around. Hess with a lead. She came in with a 5:30 mark in this run. From Mount St. Joe. Hanover runner right behind her is Ashley Cenarius. Oh, excuse me, that's Lexi Gurr, 53. So Hess and Gurr have gone out in a lead. They both have the lowest seed times. So they get to start in the middle lanes, and they did so. Want to remind you, high school runners will run a 1,600 meters. The college runs at 1,500 meters. So they start.
Why is that?
That's just the way they've always done it. So again, a little bit different in distance. So just under a mile is what we're looking at. Just under a mile.
There were somebody lost some papers that's on the football field, kind of blowing around. Hopefully, somebody realizes it before it blows onto the track. You would hate for some debris to blow onto the track. I'm hoping that they realize it.
Again, 83, Hess with the lead. 53 is Lexi Gurr from Hanover in second. They're running against time. And again, in the second heat of these, times go all the way down to right at 5:05, 5 minutes and 5 seconds. So these young ladies would be, if they keep their same pace as what they did for their seed time, would be 25 to 30 seconds behind the leader in the second race if all stays the same. But that's why you run 2 races. You're running against time.
Mm-hmm.
And out to a really nice, comfortable lead.
Yeah.
Kayla Hess from Mount St. Joe.
You know, you love to hear the encouragement out here at the track and field events when, you know, you don't have obviously a stands full of fans, but you have other teammates and coaches and, you know, maybe some family that, definitely some family that was able to attend the event. You're hearing the encouragement of some of the players, and it's just it makes it that much better. Just
Maggie Sharon from Rose-Hulman has made the move and closed in on the leader, and she will take the lead as she crosses the line. And the bell lap, one more lap to go. Again, Maggie Sharon from Rose-Hulman has taken the lead. Kayla Hess in second.
You're hearing lots of calls of "Let's go, Maggie."
Again, 10 runners in both of these sections. Section 1 has 10 runners. Section 2 has 10 runners. And they're on the back stretch. getting to that final turn. Sharon with a substantial lead. And if Hess has run her best race, then Sharon has an opportunity to actually place in this depending on what she runs. The slowest time in the Section 2 was at 5:24. And there were three athletes with a 5:24, and she is running. And Sharon is going to pick up a really nice time with an opportunity to move into the finals and pick up some space in this one. 11, 12, 5:13, 5:14, and she's somewhere in that 5:14, 5:15 range, and that would put her in the middle of the pack in the other heat if she were able to run in the finals. So again, Section 2 will come up next on this 1,500 meters. But a really smooth run for Maggie Sharon, who didn't have a time coming in. That's why they had to put her in this first group. So Sharon with a 5:15.28, Hess with a 5:23.76, and that is Hess's best time of the year. Roar comes in third place, and again, this is in this group of 10 for the first part, and we'll get the final, or we'll get the actual placings in this race in just a second. So here it is. And for Rose-Hulman, Sharon at 5:15.28, and they'll move through those. Cenarius, Salmons, again, Sharon 5:15.28, Hess 5:23.76, and Roar places third, but it's not the placings that matter in this one, it's the time, as they'll get the final times here in a moment, and they'll place those as well. As we're waiting for the last runner to cross. And we'll be ready to start the second part of the race, which in this case brings us up to the following runners. For Manchester, Lauren Smith. For Rose-Hulman, Sarah Zanji Hunter. For Franklin, Mallory Watson. Anderson has Emily Pennick. Abby Clayton for Rose-Hulman. Josie Cunningham for Transylvania. Hannah Morgan, Mount St. Joseph. Bluffton has Justin Lezaniski. Sawyer Osman runs for Hanover, and Hannah Brubaker for Manchester. So you're seeing all those runners right on your screen. Again, Smith, Hunter, Watson, Pennick, Clayton, Cunningham, Morgan, Lesniewski, Osman, and Brubaker. They're running against time. And again, a 5:15 was run in the first heat. And that, again, with preliminaries, would place her about 5th place coming in. So we'll have to see a very good and smart race. And if you notice, they've all bunched up, and that's a normal tendency in the mile. But again, you're running on time, so that may work and it may not work.
Well, you'll see, there's a lot of strategy, and even in distance running, and, when do you make your move, and when do you make your first move? I mean, there's more than one move that some of the runners will make. You start to separate from the pack, and then bell lap or close to the bell lap, you'll make another move, those that are challenging for the top of the heap. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll thin out as time is starting to right now, just a hair.
Sawyer Osman has set the pace for Hanover. She came in running a 5:09.66. Hannah Brubaker for Manchester has the lowest seed time at 5:05.70. Lauren Smith from Manchester, and you can see Lauren number 76 on the inside lane, and she has the second lowest time at 5:06.89. Yeah. And they're starting
elbowing
bumping and grinding there just a little bit.
Yeah.
67, if you see in your screen, is Hannah Brubaker. She came in with that low time. And now you're seeing the top three that with seed times, those top three were very close, within a second of each other. So this could be a great race setting up here in the last 2 laps.
Absolutely.
Again, the top 3 runners. Sawyer Osmond is number 55 from Hanover. She's in the blue. The 2 Manchester runners are Hannah Brubaker, number 67, and Lauren Smith, number 76. All 3 of them ran within 1 second of each other on the seed times. So we're looking at a potential very close race. The other runners have to keep up because, again, early in that first heat, Maggie Sharon runs a 5:15. And so they have to finish strong to keep place for what is a potential championship push for any one of these teams. 4 runners are now separated from the pack.
And it's a decent separation there, Herb.
And we're talking about 20 yards in separation. Rose-Hulman runner number 99, and that's Abby Clayton. And she ran a 5:10. So 5:05 to 5:10, they're closing in. These are the top 3 or 4 runners seeded coming in. And again, you'll see a huge push here in just a moment.
Sure will. See when do you make your move? And this is the second move that we're talking about. When do you make that? So it's some strategy here. And
really, you can say somebody's in the lead, but nobody right now is in the lead. Nobody's made that final push. As you can hear all the athletes screaming, trying to encourage their teammates on this race.
Love it. You love it, don't you?
Great opportunity for all of them. Leading, though, is number 76, and that's Lauren Smith, as she's moved in on the inside. Again, the 2 Manchester runners are Hannah Brubaker and Lauren Smith.
And how about a great opportunity for Manchester's to pick up? Well, if they can get first and second, get 18 points on this event alone,
that's huge. And they realistically could do it because they were both seated that way. The Hanover runner, which we talked about, Sawyer Osmond, and she is really pushing the card right here on the back stretch as she is in the lead, not by much. Rose-Hulman, though, has a runner pulling in there. And again, Abby Clayton is right on the heels. She's in 4th as they'll make this final turn and head towards the front stretch.
Making good time right now. You see lots of athletes going toward the backstretch here to cheer on.
Very solid. We're going to see who has that kick at the end, because the kick at the end is going to determine the championship. Right now it's Lauren Smith, and she's being chased by the Rose-Hulman runner.
Can Clayton hold
Abby Clayton is pulling closer, but it looks like number 76, it's Lauren Smith. Right down the finals, it's Lauren Smith with the win. A tremendous run as she came in seated to second and just had a great kick down that back stretch, down this front stretch to win it. 4 runners early on in this, and it's Smith, Clayton, Brubaker, and Osmond in that order, the top 4. Cunningham, Morgan, Hunter, and Watson in those. Rose-Hulman has one in 7th place, Bluffton in 8th. And again, you'll see those numbers coming up.
But also, once again, Sharon from the first section
is going to make
a 5:15. So that puts her where, around that 5th, 6th, somewhere around there.
We're going to see 5:15 will put her 4th.
Wow.
So a huge move up in this one. Again, Watson and Pinnock are 10th and 9th. Franklin and Anderson. Again, Smith, Clayton, Brubaker, and Osmond. It's Manchester, Rose, Manchester, and Hanover. And then we'll see the overall as they'll post hit in just a second, getting ready. The men's 1,500 meters, and we'll try to get the finals here as they'll show that in just one moment. But again, they'll have 2 heats as well. Chase Helms from Mount St. Joe, Eli Cochran from Franklin, Tim Wilson from Rose-Hulman, Caleb Gasinski from Anderson, John Tyler Butler from Manchester, Robert Hageman from Hanover, and Andrew Montgomery from Franklin will all be in this first section of the men's 1,500 meter finals. They're running on time, and as we saw in the first women's race, the winner from the first time, that first section of the 1,500 meters, actually ended up fourth place, or we have her in fourth or fifth place in the overall title, or overall point total, and that's a big difference in scoring for several of this. So you're running against time. If you run your best time, you have a chance to place here in the conference finals. All of these runners run somewhere between 4:21 and 4:58. Jumping out to an early lead, and that's Robert Hageman from Hanover. And he has the fastest seed time at 4:21 for this section of the men's 1,500 meters. And again, we'll see exactly what happens with this race. And again, they're running on time, or running for time. Hageman with the lead, followed up by number 3, Caleb Gasinski from Anderson.
You know, it's always interesting when you have a person in one of the sections, like maybe section number 1 who has no time, and you just kind of wonder. It's almost like like the PB football team with somebody put a ringer in there. Like, hey, wait a minute, who's that kid? Wait a minute. So it's always interesting, and it's not like they do that for strategic reasons, but sometimes things happen. There's no time. But you saw the move up. There's no situation like this in the first section of the men's, and looking at that. Even if there was somebody with no time, I don't know.
Yeah, you never
anyway.
know what's going to happen. And you want to run your best race of the year. John Tyler Butler said, "I'm not sitting back on this one. I'm going for everything." And he just moved into the lead and really took a nice, huge power down that back stretch. He's from Manchester, it's number 58. And now we have a huge bunch up. Rose-Hulman's runners moving up. Anderson is still staying there with Kaczynski. He's staying in third spot. The leader now, number 97, Tim Wilson from Rose-Hulman, will take the lead here in the first section of the finals here in the men's 1,500 meter.
And that Wilson's starting to, stretch his lead. Is that group of 5 starting to thin out a little bit there, Herb?
It is. Caleb Gasinski is still maintained second spot. He's been there since the start of the race, and he's going to try to keep in there. Franklin has a runner in third, and that's Cochran. Excuse me, Eli Cochran. Third spot. Again, leading right now, Tim Wilson.
So if you want to actually place, in the top 8 here and get a point, at least 1 point for your team, if you're in section 1, you're going to have to win this section, because section 2, there are some really good times in section 2, and Tim Wilson here in section 1 is really having a nice go at it here. You hear the bell lap, so it's going to be interesting to see what his time is going to be here.
Well, it will, but right now that he's going to have to really pace it at about a 60-second 400, and that's really tough to do here in the last lap.
It is.
Again, Tim Wilson with the run, and you can see he's putting it all out. Huge lead. He's got about a 25-yard lead over the next second place in Kaczynski. Kaczynski's still trying to keep second place, but he's going to be passed in the process on that back corner. Here comes the final turn, and Tim Wilson is pushing hard towards the finish.
Of course, his seed time was 4 minutes 26 seconds.
We'll
So
see if he has
beat that.
We'll see if he has a big kick because he's going to need one coming down here. 4:09 is the time right now. Wilson came in with a 4:26 as his seed time. He's at 4:16, 17, 4:18, 19.
Good for him.
20, 21. He's going to go with a PR, but at the same time, that's going to be tough for him to place. Everybody else in the other race has a lower time than what that one is as far as seed time. So he's going to help it. But when you run your best race
by 3 seconds,
yeah,
that's awesome. I mean, you can see the scoreboard or the time clock, I guess you should say, as you're finishing your race. So you know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
You know your seed time. So good for Tim to be able to best his season best on this at the championships.
Sure. And as you're looking at, again, Wilson, Cochran, Gasinski, Hageman, 1, 2, 3, 4. Butler, Helms, and Montgomery are 5 through 7. And we'll prepare for the Section 2 of the finals, which has the faster times. In Lane 1, Jacob Burnham, Transylvania. Lane 2, Garrett Elrod, Transylvania. Lane 3, Nolan Gross, Rose-Hulman. There's Austin Burt from Earlham. Aiden Woods from Rose-Hulman. Enrique Salazar from Manchester. Connor Havens from Manchester. Thomas Richardson, Manchester. Andrew Hargis from Franklin. And Cooper Hansen from Hanover. There are 10 runners in the race. Again, they're going to run down this back stretch, and the 100 put themselves into that first group, and so you'll see a huge push right here at the start to get their time and see if they can make it in there.
You know, a lot of times you look at the seed time and say you can kind of, prognosticate on who's going to be toward the top. Well, I think in this race, it'll be just like you think it is.
It'll be tough.
It'll be fun. It's going to be fun with Burnham and Salazar. Watching them, those two guys go at it here, and it's going to be fun.
And a Rose-Hulman runner in the lead, followed by Transylvania and Manchester. And again, these will really jockey very quickly in this one. 98 is Aiden Woods from Rose-Hulman with the lead right now, but following right alongside is Enrique Salazar, and he came in with a 3:59 as his lead. Jacob Burnham, 1:06 from Transylvania, and you'll see him up there in the top. He also had a 3:59, and when you're talking about those two runners, quite a bit. 4:05 was Woods' finest time for the year, but those other two runners, and Burnham from Transylvania, and if you look at Salazar from Manchester, they have the best times coming in.
You could put a quarter on Enrico Salazar's head, and at the end of his race, it might still be there. That is a smooth runner, Herb. That young man is smooth.
And you can see some of the leaders coming up in there, coming right down the front stretch. They're still bunched up quite heavily on this one.
You see
Salazar right at the front.
Austin Burt making the push from Earlham, and we'll see how long that he'll be able to keep that burst going. Salazar not going to be worried about it. These guys, Salazar and Burnham, they run their own races.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they want to do, when they want to make their push. They know exactly what pace they want to set. So if somebody else wants to come up and challenge, okay, we'll see where you are a little bit later. So they're not worried at all.
Backstretch has seen a huge takeover as we're watching this race change drastically here and starting to spread out. Rose-Hulman's runner in this one, Woods, is going all out on the backstretch, taking the lead. And he may fade here towards this front stretch. That's just what you're going to do.
Burnham and Salazar have been passed for a moment, but they're right there. They're not going back too far.
Woods up in the front. Austin Burt. 1:06 is Jacob Burnham in the front now, taking the lead. 24 is Austin Burt from Earlham. And along with that is Enrique Salazar. Salazar's in third.
Yeah.
And a huge push right now on this final lap, trying to take it so nobody has a kick to catch him.
Yeah.
And somebody's feeling good today because he is flying down that back stretch. Jacob Burnham from Transylvania is just tearing it up. And we're going to see if he can hold him off here as the back turn. They're closing in, but not by much.
Now, this surprises me right here.
He is just running away with this. Jacob Burnham. Huge race for the young man from Transylvania. His best time, 3:59. He may hit it or better. Burnham. And you're looking at the Earlham runner in Austin Burt keeping up there. Salazar is in third. And as they cross the lane, it looks like it'll be that 1, 2, 3. And a huge race and a huge run for Jacob Burnham from Transylvania. So smooth and a huge kick down the backstretch. 3:59.21. That's his best of the year. Burt from Earlham at 4:03. And that's his best by 10 seconds. That's a 10-second improvement over his time coming in.
I did not think that Burnham was going to be able to pull away from Salazar like that. That surprised me.
They both had the same basic time coming in, and so for those guys to battle it out, Salazar just wasn't up to the task today. But, again, Burnham, huge run, best time of the year, and he comes away with the win. Burnham, Burt, Salazar, and Gross in that order. Transylvania, Earlham, Manchester, and Rose-Hulman 1 through 4. And if you're looking at number 5 here, as you'll see those come up here in just a second. But just a huge run by Burnham. You can't say too much about that. It was just an outstanding run. And we'll move on to the next event that's going up. It'll be the women's 100-meter hurdles. We'll take a short break, and we'll come right back. You're watching the HCAC Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
Chili's first because
Chili's
it's
the
like
star.
the star of it.
And then cheese is just there to be like,
I'm gonna lift you up.
It would be nothing without the Fritos and the cheese. And cheese is like the hype man.
Sonic Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap.
I got you.
Yeah.
New products, new lines, new jobs. Morris Manufacturing is expanding. A supplier to the automotive industry, producing drivetrain parts for some of the newest, most impressive vehicles, Morris Manufacturing is looking for full and part-time employees to staff these new production lines and supporting departments. Employees earn 40 hours of vacation at 6 months and 80 hours at 1 year. Join one of the area's fastest growing companies. Apply online at morrismfg.com.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
Patty,
100%.
Patty, Patty. The flavor, the way they cook it, the way they season it, the way that it's made. Queso burger.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
100-meter hurdles for women. Haley Carrier in lane 1, Mount St. Joe. Lane 2 is Janae Johnson from Franklin. Lane 3 is Elijah Craig from Hanover. Lane 4, Nosa Igihan. She's the leader in that one. Lane 5 is Alexis Gerke from Hanover. Elizabeth Russell from Manchester, and Brooke Bowens from Manchester in 6 and 7. And Shaniqua Lawrence is from Defiances, and all the way through. Nosa Igihan comes through with the win. She just flew across those. She came in with a 15.34 as her time, and she betters that with a 15.24. Gerke's in second, Russell third from Manchester. So it's Rose-Hulman, Hanover, Manchester, and Hanover again with a 17.54 in Craig. Then it's Johnson, Lawrence, Carrier, and Ballens from Manchester. There's only one of these flights in the women's 100-meter hurdles as they'll readjust the track for the men's 110-meter high hurdles. Iggy Hahn, 15.24. And if you're looking at the record for this one in the hurdles, it was 14.5 second by a Transylvania athlete in Jordan Fender in 2016. So Iggy Hahn with a very good race, but not enough that you're going to gain the conference record, but she is a conference champion and a huge run for her. Again, Iggy Hahn, Gerke from Hanover, Russell from Manchester, 1, 2, 3 here in the 100-meter women's hurdles. Now we're setting the track up for the men's 110-meter high hurdles. And as we go through those, in lane 1 will be Justin Johnson from Hanover. Lane 2 is Timothy Yount from Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Lawrence Laffoon from Anderson. Lane 4 is Desmond Gist from Bluffton. Lane 5, Nick Patton, Franklin. Lane 6, Aiden Moss from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Jeffrey Cohen from Rose-Hulman. Lane 8 is Will Simpson from Hanover. The best prelim time of 15.11 is by Desmond Gist from Bluffton. Again, those are preliminaries getting to the championship. And by doing that, again, you can't say it's automatically that way because in those preliminaries, they kind of hold up when you get towards the end. In what's going on. The record for this event for men is by Malcolm Burris with a 14.34 time from Anderson University in 1991. That record's held up a long time here in the conference. And you're going to see Gist with, again, he's got the lead lane. He's in the middle. But there are several other gentlemen in this one that could actually push him, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Another really quick race that you trained for a long time, and then it gets you to this moment to where you have to perform over the next, 12, 13 seconds or whatever it is, and hope that all that training pays off and nets you a championship.
After this race in the 110-meter high hurdles, we're going to go to the women's 400, then men's 400, then the women's 100-meter dash, followed by the men. So, again, women are up first in these events. Men will go second in this similar event. And, again, here's the men's 110-meter hurdles. It's Johnson, Yount, Laffoon, Gist, Patton, Moss, Cohen, and Simpson, lanes 1 through 8. Again, Johnson from Hanover is in lane 1. Yount from Rose-Hulman is in lane 2. Laffoon from Anderson, lane 3. Gist from Bluffton, lane 4. Patton from Franklin, lane 5. In lane 6 is Moss from Rose-Hulman, lane 7. Cohen from Rose-Hulman, and lane 8 is Simpson from Hanover. As all these runners have taken their run-outs, trying to make sure they are prepared for every part of what's going on. It is interesting watching everybody kind of adjust everything and get those nerves going. And like you talked about, you train all year long.
Yeah.
And less than, right at 15 seconds, the race is over.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens here. The fastest preliminary time was 15.11 by Desmond Gist from Bluffton. He also won the long jump today. So tremendous athlete, and we'll see what he can do in the high hurdles. Very light breeze now coming in.
Why do men run 110 and women run 100?
Well, there's a difference between low and high, too. If
Sure,
you've ever...
but I get that. But
yeah.
Why don't they both run 110 or both run 100?
I couldn't tell you that one.
That's interesting. I actually never paid attention to the fact that there was a 10-meter difference in between. I always thought it was 100. Both. I didn't realize that.
There is a difference, and it's
Wow.
a big difference as far as the height. You put that all together, and it's just the difference in stride
Yeah.
as well.
I get the height difference.
You want to, but you want to 3-step these, and you want to make sure that things are going that way. So there's a difference in stride for men and women, and
Okay.
that's part of the reason I would say is
So with
moving
the
it back.
Increased height.
An
Move it
increased
back so you can, okay.
and length of stride.
Yeah. So okay. All right.
So
that makes sense then.
Again,
Just never realized it.
Hanover in lane 1 is Johnson. Lane 2 is Yount from Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, LaFoon from Anderson. Lane 4 is Gist from Bluffton. Lane 5, Patton from Franklin. Lane 6 is Moss from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Cohen from Rose-Hulman. And in lane 8 is Simpson from Hanover as we get prepared here for the men's 110-meter high hurdles. Approaching those blocks. And we'll be ready for this one. Clean start.
Always love a clean start.
And solid move by the Franklin athlete.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Nick Patton.
Oh,
went
goes
down. And in lane 3.
Wow.
Lane 3 is Lawrence LaFoon from Anderson. Appears to be the winner in this one. With Gist coming in second, we'll get the actual finals here. It's LaFoon, Gist, Moss, Johnson, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is Yount from Rose-Hulman with a 16:28. And the times were a lot different than what had seen in the preliminaries, 15.7. Again, Cohen from Rose-Hulman in 5. Johnson from Hanover 6. Hanover has Simpson in 7, and Patton from Franklin. We'll see if they consider him scratched. If he went out of the lane, we'll see what happens. Again,
that's disappointing.
Yes, it is. Really
That's
tough
tough.
because he went over, he was leading, and everything
Yeah.
looked good, and all of a sudden he went down.
Wow, that's tough, man. You hate to see that.
Because he came out like a house of fire.
He did.
LaFoon, Gist, Moss, and Yount. It's Anderson and Bluffton 1-2 in this one. And we'll get the official totals on what's going on, and we'll see if points scored will change what's going on as far as the leadership, as we'll have team leaders coming up and an announcement on that in this one.
Now to clear the hurdles. Get the track all cleared.
And they'll get that taking place. We'll take a short break. You're watching the HCAC Championships from track and field here from Rose-Hulman on Indiana Sports Network.
Burger or grilled cheese?
Grilled cheese.
Burger.
I want the crispy tenders and the tots. This patty. Really fresh. I'm gonna try to chow this thing down before I get to the wrapper. Sonic Wacky Pack.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
4 years ago, I drove my daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Riddell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Riddell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Riddell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
I don't even think I can make this at home for $3.99.
No, you have to buy the meat, you have to buy the queso, you have to buy the bread, you have to buy the cheese, you gotta buy the grill, you gotta buy everything.
Queso burger.
Ooh.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to Terre Haute, Indiana for the HCAC Track and Field Championships. And on the screen right now, Rose-Hulman leads in the women's events, as we can see those. Manchester second, Hanover in third, Anderson in fourth, Franklin fifth, Bluffton is sixth, tied with Earlham. And in eighth place is Transylvania at the present time. Team scores in what we see right now. So the women's 400-meter dash, the finals right now, as we'll take a look at this one. In lane 1 is Lex Desenberg from Franklin. Lane 2, Emily Peterson, Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Callie Nolan, Transylvania. Lane 4 is Lois Cheatham from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Taylor Allen, Transylvania. Lane 6 is Dara Smith from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Mackenzie Carroll from Hanover. And in lane 8, Brandy Smith from Manchester. The lead time coming in is in lane 4, Lois Cheatham from Rose-Hulman. And again, we'll set this one up. One lap, staying in the lane. Again, men's team scores all the way through. Rose-Hulman leading with a 109. Manchester second with a 78. Transylvania, Earlham, Hanover, Franklin, Anderson, and Bluffton round out 4 through 8. And again, Earlham and Hanover are tied with 35 points here in fourth place. Rose-Hulman with the lead. They didn't have the lead coming in. It was Manchester who had led after day one, but you can see the depth that Rose-Hulman has really pushed forward on this one, as they have consistently won the men's championship in the HCAC since 2008.
You mentioned depth. When you have, no matter what school it is or what event it is, if you have 2 of the top 3 or 4 finishers, you're compiling a lot of points for your team.
A lot of points. Again, Desenberg in this race for the women's 400-meter dash. It's Desenberg in lane 1. Peterson, lane 2 from Rose-Hulman. Nolan, Transylvanian, is in lane 3. Cheatham from Rose-Hulman, lane 4. Allen from Transylvania is in lane 5. Lane 6 is Smith from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7 is Carroll from Hanover. And in lane 8 is Smith from Manchester. As we'll prepare on this one and see how this race will go. They're getting everyone lined up and have the starting blocks all set. 8 lanes are all filled for this one. After this women's 400, we'll go on to the men's 400-meter dash. Then we'll get really fast and hit the 100-meter women's and men's races, followed by the 800-meter run. So again, the women's 400-meter dash.
And the way they place these events is also very strategic. Give runners and athletes different rest times so that you're not, you don't want to run the 100 hurdles right before the 100-meter dash, right before the 4x1 relay. You gotta pace it out, stagger it out. So the conference and really from a national Division III, I would imagine Division I, probably the same format.
It's the exact same. Yeah, exact same format.
Stagger them out.
And very similar in high school.
Proper rest time.
Yeah, very similar in high school as well, as they have different opportunities and a couple different races in high school that you don't see in college, and vice versa. Just depending on the field events and how those actually work with, javelin. In different states, it's done different ways. And again, from a national standpoint and how this is run, that's how you're going to run the race at the conference level as well. And from this point, here we go. It's the women's 400-meter dash and you'll see them go all the way across. I say this is the most grueling race. You don't think it is, but one lap with a total sprint all the way around, it is crazy. Your lungs are burning at the end of this one. So we'll see what's going on here. Looks like everybody's setting up for the race. The runners are standing right behind the blocks, and we'll get ready to go on this one.
Wind's starting to pick up today here at the football field here at Rose-Hulman, as we talked about the wind being a gentle breeze earlier. Now those flags on the goalposts are whipping.
It has. The runners are set and getting close on their blocks. Again, Desenberg from Franklin, Peterson, Rose-Hulman, Nolan from Transylvania in 1, 2, and 3. Cheatham, Allen, Smith, Carroll, and Smith in that order all the way 1 through 8. You won't be able to tell exactly who's ahead when they hit the back stretch. A clean start, and they're on their way. Preliminary time gives the advantage to Cheatham of Rose-Hulman in lane 4. And in lane 5, a good strong start by the Transylvania runner in Allen, as she is eating up a lot of space on the outside. And we'll see once they hit this front stretch what's going to happen.
Running strong.
Good run down the middle.
And now we'll
Transylvania is in the lead. And you can see Taylor Allen with that lead. Rose-Hulman's Lois Cheatham is in second, and they're going to come to the finish line. And Transylvania's fifth lane, Taylor Allen with the win, as a nice smooth run by Allen in a 59:31. That's a lot faster than we've seen coming through here. Cheatham from Rose-Hulman in second. And again, we'll see the totals as they pick up those times all the way through. Desenberg from Franklin will finish in 8th spot. Peterson, Carroll, Smith, and Desenberg 5th through 8. Allen wins the race from Transylvania. Then it's Cheatham from Rose-Hulman, Nolan, Transylvania, Smith from Rose-Hulman is our 1, 2, 3, and 4 as we prepare for the next race, which is going to be the men's 400-meter dash, as they'll clear all the starting blocks off the line and get prepared for the next race to bring these along. And also, you can see in the background, again, Peterson, Carroll, and you can see the women's 400-meter results. Peterson, Carroll, Smith, and Desenberg, Rose-Hulman, Hanover, Manchester, and Franklin are 4 through 8. It's Allen, Cheatham, Nolan, and Smith. And again, Transylvania 1 and 3 in that race. And really a smooth, solid race for that women's 400 meters. And when you look at Allen with that blazing run, as she went under 1 minute and really ran that race very well. So Allen from Transylvania will win the women's 400-meter dash. The men's 400-meter dash, as we prepare for this one, getting these runners ready. In lane 1 will be Michael Heading from Franklin. Lane 2, Caleb Carrero from Anderson. Lane 3 is Reese Hunter from Hanover. Lane 4 is Jacob Eve from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Chase Samples from Mount St. Joe. Lane 6 is Jacob Bird from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Raymond Bates from Rose-Hulman. And in lane 8 is Drew Fitzgibbon from Earlham. And so Michael Heading from Franklin, he's a local product here from just down the road in Brazil in Northview. And again, lane 1 is Heading. Lane 2 is Carrero. Lane 3, Hunter. Lane 4, Eve. Lane 5, Samples. Lane 6 is Bird. Lane 7, Bates. And Lane 8, Fitzgibbon. As we look at this one, the preliminary time of 49.74 from Jacob Eve and Rose-Hulman is going to be followed by Chase Samples from Mount St. Joe at a 50. So, again, these 400 meters, you're looking at a high school meet, an average high school meet, you're going to hit 53, 54, and these guys are pumping it close to 50 and under, as they can really fly on these. Even at the Division III level, these guys can really motor. So opportunity for these guys to really do a great job. The 400 meters, it's a perfect day. Just a little bit more windy like you talked about earlier.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day, though.
It is.
Watching the officials run this meet, and it's running
Clockwork,
right on
man.
time.
Clockwork. I mean, I tell you what, they know how to run a meet around here.
It's supposed to
this
start at
conference does a great job.
Yeah, it's supposed to start at 1:40, and I mean it is 1:40, and everybody's moving up to the blocks.
Yeah,
it's right on time.
You snooze, you lose.
After this 400-meter dash, we're going to go to the women's 100-meter dash, and then the men's, followed by the 800 women's, and then the men's, and we'll go back to the 400-meter hurdles in just a little bit as well. Close-ups now, they're giving you some good ones. Michael Heading from Franklin is in lane 1. Caleb Carrero from Anderson is lane 2. And again, the local product, when we say that, the guys here in the press box know Michael Heading because he's from Brazil, right down the road. And as we move into the blocks, Heading from Franklin, lane 1. Carrero, Anderson, lane 2. Hunter, Hanover, lane 3. Eve, Rose-Hulman, lane 4. Mount St. Joe has Samples in lane 5. Bird and Bates in lane 6 and 7 from Rose-Hulman. Fitzgibbon from Earlham in lane 8. And a clean start. 400 meters.
As you said,
going down that back stretch. Again, the faster times tend to be in the middle, and you'll see that space eaten up as they hit this turn and head into the front stretch.
A lot of maroon at the top. Oh, and a push being made here, Herb.
And from Rose-Hulman in lane 4 is Jacob Eve. He's in the lead. Hanover's in second. Rose-Hulman has a runner in third. Reese Hunter closing in. And it looks like Jacob Eve from Rose-Hulman will win this race. We'll get the time for you in just a second. A solid race by all those competitors. Eve from Rose-Hulman with a 50.18. Hunter from Hanover, 50.46. Bird from Rose-Hulman is in third. Samples from Mount St. Joe is in fourth. Bates, Carrero, Heading, and Fitzgibbon round out 1 through 8. Again,
good times.
Solid times at 50.18 is the winner, and Jacob Eve. Again, Rose-Hulman picks up a lot of points because they have a lot of runners in the final.
Yeah.
So we'll look at this one. Again, you can see the totals coming up there as we'll see a team total here in just a few minutes as we prepare for that one. The women's 100, excuse me, did I get that one right again? The 400, we're going the women's 100-meter dash. I was right. Mm-hmm. And we're supposed to start that in a few minutes. And before we do that, we'll take a break. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships from Terre Haute, Indiana.
I don't even think I can make this at home for $3.99.
No, you have to buy the meat, you have to buy the queso, you have to buy the bread, you have to buy the cheese, you gotta buy the grill, you gotta buy everything.
Queso burger.
Ooh.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
Beautiful day at the track here at the HCAC Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships. Walter Gordon, Herbie King bringing the action today on gosh, what a beautiful day. Just thank you, Lord, for a beautiful day. Blue skies. The clouds that we did have earlier have moved on. I can see nothing but blue skies. I mean, boy. A lot of athleticism and strength, determination, and will being displayed here today at the Track and Field Championships, and the Heartland Conference puts on a magnificent event, whether it's indoor or outdoor. And here at Rose-Hulman, we're very fortunate to be asked to host once again. We've done it multiple times, and to be asked to host, it's an honor. I know it's a lot of work for the staff here at Rose-Hulman to put this on. Something that they take pleasure in, but also it's a lot of hard work. And I know later this evening there'll be some tired bodies and minds, but it'll be well worth it, as we're going to crown many champions in between men and women. We'll have team champions as well, and some special awards as we get ready for the next event, Herb.
And the women's long jump is continuing to go on off to the side, but you're going to see several of those potential runners over here in the women's 100-meter dash finals. In lane 1, Lisa Maria Marcoux from Defiance. Lane 2, Rose-Hulman's Adikiti Oladipupo, and I get that one wrong all the time, and I'm going to apologize on that one. Lane 3 from Anderson is Mariah Murray. Lane 4 from Hanover is Zelia Martin. Lane 5, Lindsay Hermes from Earlham. Lane 6, Madeline Schiffer from Bluffton. Lane 7, Krista Franklin from Anderson. And in Lane 8, Adele Stanko from Manchester.
Of course, we've heard that name, Zelia Martin, already, as she was the anchor leg on the 4x1.
And that's why you see the time, as she has the best preliminary time coming in by almost a full second.
Of course, we've seen that means nothing. I mean, you know, doesn't mean she's necessarily going to win, but it does mean she's got a good shot.
And she can really run.
She can run.
And as we're talking about that one, that 4x100 meters for Hanover was a tremendous race for those young ladies as they won that one. And you're looking over this one, it's pretty well evened out with the best runners from each one of these teams. Defiance, Rose-Hulman, Anderson, Hanover, Earlham, Bluffton. Anderson has 2 in the final, and Manchester. But there's not 3 or 4 athletes from one team in this race. It's pretty much everybody's going to have a shot at picking up some points as well.
Right.
As they'll run everyone down, and the officials will walk down. Electronic timing's being used as well as a visual on this one, and when I say that, you have down at the finish line to make sure we have a photo-style finish. They'll run those through as well and make sure we see who's winning the race at the end, and make sure if there is something going wrong that they can go back to the tape and make sure that they correct anything that malfunctions, and that gives all the athletes a fair and more equitable chance to win their races without having any controversy. Again, Marku from Defiance in lane 1. Oladapupu from Rose-Hulman in lane 2. Murray from Anderson, lane 3. Martin from Hanover in lane 4. Hermes from Earlham in lane 5. Schiffer from Bluffton, lane 6. In lane 7, we have Franklin from Anderson. That's the last name is Franklin, going to Anderson, and that makes it a little more difficult when you call one of these. Yeah. And Stanko from Manchester is in lane 8. All of them in the 13-second range, except for Martin from Hanover, who ran a preliminary of 12.41, as she was that anchor in Hanover's championship 4x100 meter relay team that ran earlier today. And they'll get everybody ready, and you can see them get their runouts as they prepare for this one.
Track and field, a premier event going on, all across the state, the Midwest, or even the nation around this time of year.
It is. We want to thank our sponsors, A+ Printing, Goshen H&R Block, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Morris Manufacturing, Riddell National Bank, Shaw Chiropractic, Sonic Drive-In, and York Automotive. Our camera operators for today's broadcast are Paige Lockmiller, Braxton Sampson, and Kanan Harper. The director and executive producer of our event today online here is Tony Harper. It is produced and copyrighted by Indiana Sports Network, LLC. And again, we're just happy to be here. Walter Gordon's my partner. I'm Herb King. We're happy to bring you the events here from the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference Track and Field Outdoor Championships. And again, the 100 meters for women is our next race, and we'll be set and ready to go. All the runners are close to their blocks, ready to get this one started, and the starter has his gun up in the air.
Yeah, because it started at 150. Yeah, that's 150.
They waited till that exact time.
Hey, man.
Again, Marku from Defiance in lane 1. Oladapupu from Rose-Hulman in lane 2. Murray from Anderson in lane 3. Martin from Hanover in lane 4. Hermes from Earlham in lane 5. Schiffer from Bluffton in lane 6. Franklin from Anderson in lane 7. And Stanko from Manchester in lane 8. Starts off. Leading at that halfway point is Martin of Hanover, as she has a substantial lead and is taking it away from the competition as she pushed it very hard to see what's going on. We'll get the time. Time is 12.65, and if you're looking at the overall in the 100 meters, it's 12.28 was the official track and field record for the conference. She's just off of it by about 0.4. But Martin from Hanover with a cruise in on this one. Huge race, an outstanding race by Martin as she blows away the competition.
I would love to know what event was it where she ran a 12.41. I mean,
yeah, she could
usually
fly.
The championships, you raise your level a little bit,
Yeah.
A lot of times we've seen that today, but to raise it to run a 12.41.
Yeah.
Woo, my goodness.
She can really fly, and she's done a
fly,
great
man.
job today as well. And that's how things. You can see the standings. Martin, Murray, Oladapupu, 1, 2, 3 in this race. And again, we'll move on and get ready for the men's 100 meters. And as we prepare for that one, Tristan Bronaugh from Manchester in lane 1. Jaquay Genevieve from Defiance in lane 2. Sheldon Lindsay from Earlham, lane 3. Robert Marshall from Defiance in lane 4. Noah Thomas from Rose-Hulman, lane 5. Dawson Allen Rose-Hulman, lane 6. Prescott Brackett from Rose-Hulman, lane 7. And Zachary Roberts from Franklin in lane 8. Fastest time coming in is Robert Marshall from Defiance in the prelim at 11.14. Again, Thomas was second with 11.18. This should be a tremendous race. The times are very similar, all within a half a second of each other. So you'll see these guys really fly down the track.
The prelims were crazy yesterday. I know. Look at it. Of course, not being able to be here, but just look at the times. You have several that didn't make it that were just a skosh off the 7-8 mark. So, my goodness, it's just the prelims for this were very hotly contested, as the finals will be as well.
Bronaugh in lane 1 from Manchester, Genevieve from Defiance in lane 2, Lindsay from Earlham lane 3. Lane 4 has Marshall from Defiance. Lane 5 is Thomas from Rose-Hulman. 6 is Allen from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7 is Brackett from Rose-Hulman. And lane 8 is Roberts from Franklin as they prepare for this one as well. Again, we saw the times on this have everybody really close. So there's really nobody that has the huge advantage. And everyone has an opportunity in this one. As they're getting in their blocks.
If you put a jugs machine behind them, I know who'd win. Oh, my.
Guns up. The runners are up. Clean start. Thomas appears to have the lead, but in lane 2, Genevieve is very close. We'll see how this one finishes out. Appears to be Noah Thomas with the lead, and we'll see how it goes up. Noah Thomas from Rose-Hulman. Marshall from Defiance.
Ooh, that was close.
Genevieve from Defiance. Bronaugh from Manchester. It appears to be in 4th place, so it's Thomas, Marshall, Genevieve, Bronaugh, Rose-Hulman, Defiance, and Manchester 1 through 4.
And that's raising your level for the championships right there. That's exactly what we thought we would see when you look at the seed times and compare them with the output today.
Yes.
My goodness.
Thomas, Marshall, Genevieve, and Bronaugh 1 through 4. Allen from Rose-Hulman, Lindsay from Earlham, Roberts from Franklin, and Brackett from Manchester finish out 4 through 8.
So we had our top 2 run high 10s.
And really were flying.
That's
they
moving,
were really
man.
flying.
That's moving.
10.91 is your and you just look at these. Just an outstanding run. Rose-Hulman, Defiance, Manchester. It's Rose, Earlham, Franklin, and Rose-Hulman in 5 through 8. The actual record for the 100 meters is 10.63. They were not that far off of it. And that's held by Cole Green from Transylvania. He did it in 2017. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more from the HCAC Track and Field Championships from Rose-Hulman on Indiana Sports Network.
In Searcy, Arkansas, a young man says I love you for the first time, but his girlfriend doesn't quite hear. In Franklin, Tennessee, a boy encounters his first pickle. And in Kyle, Texas, after a mission for tots, cousins realize they're a long way from Kyle, Texas. One day, many people, millions of orders. This is Howie Sonic.
Sue Jones and Associates offer all tax preparation and all the tax services you need, not only at tax time, but throughout the year. Get your hometown tax help from Sue Goshen's H&R Block, located in Brazil, across from the courthouse. At A Plus Printing, we do it all. Screen printing, business printing and documents, printing for weddings and senior announcements, screen printing of hats, shirts, sports teams, and uniforms, promotional items of all kinds, including koozies and coffee mugs. You name it, A Plus can print it. A Plus Printing in Brazil.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
And there's the men's leadership board. Rose-Hulman with the lead right now over Manchester, and they're doing so by 36 points. Transylvania in third, Hanover fourth, Earlham fifth, and all the way through the women's team scores. Rose-Hulman's leading 154-91 over Manchester. Then it's Hanover. Anderson and Franklin are tied at 34. Transylvania right behind at 33. Then it's Earlham and Bluffton. And again, team scores similar to what we maybe expected early on, but the women's team for Rose-Hulman with a substantial lead right now. We're going to go into the women's 800-meter run. It will be our next event, and we'll get that one set up. They usually run the staggers over a one-turn stagger. They've got those set up on the other side. That means you're going to run one turn off of a stagger, and then you can run down the back straight or stretch back into a single-lane race down into one on the inside. So for the women's 800-meter run, in lane 1 will be Elena Stern from Earlham. Lane 2 is Lauren Smith from Manchester, who won the 1,500 meters. Lane 3 is Abby Clayton from Rose-Hulman. Lane 4, Shiana Bellingham from Earlham. Lane 5, Sawyer Osmond from Hanover. Lane 6, Amber Lee Sorensen from Hanover. Lane 7, Emily Pinnock from Anderson. And in lane 8, Sarah Lopez Ochoa from Manchester. So again, that 1,800 meters, 2 laps around the track. The first one's off of a stagger, and then it goes into that single lane race as the 800 will be approached here shortly. Again, we talk about a beautiful day. Gorgeous day for track championships.
Yeah.
The sun is bright. There's not a cloud in the sky as I look out up above here. It's just gorgeous.
It really is. And, this time of year is, of course, starting to warm up a little bit. And then before it gets hot, which will be in a couple of months, which is the time that you like to torture football players, and I guess I shouldn't say torture. That's probably not a good choice of words. But I'll say terrorize. No, that's not a good one either. You put them through the ringer. How about that? Can I say that?
I'm a nice guy. I don't do that.
Yeah, we know. We all know. That's how you got to the Hall of Fame. Congratulations to you, Herb King, on being inducted into the Indiana Football Hall of Fame a couple of days ago. As we have a moment here, and really proud of you and happy for you to get that induction. I know that meant a lot, and not that you haven't coached for this moment, but the accumulation of your coaching career has led you to this point. And my hat is off to you, sir, and congratulations to you.
Thank you. It's been an emotional couple days trying to get through those things and talking to a lot of players from 10, 20, 30, almost 40 years ago. A lot of players have reached out and contacted me, and everyone knows how those things work. And players at every level and coaches at every level compete to their best. I don't think mine has been because of wins. It's because of the relationships that we build with the people that you come in contact with. And the same thing here at this track meet. You're going to talk about athletes that are going to go 20, 30 years from now and look back for what athletics has given the opportunity to do. There's actually one of our when I say this, one of the car rental places that you would all know, and I'm not going to give the name out because that would be advertising at this point, but they only hire college athletes as their potential employees, and they purposefully pay them more because they believe that team concept means so much to how they do things. And I think that's what we do. We try to teach life lessons about responsibility and those kinds of things when we put athletes in the right position and coach them up, and they learn life concepts in terms of sports so they don't have to experience those when they go through life. And if they do experience hardship, they know how to overcome it. That's why we do athletics, and that's why we're doing this. And it's great to see these Division III athletes because that's what it's all about. Academics and athletics all together. Again, the 800-meter women's run, and they're off and running. They'll have a staggered turn. They'll come to the other side of this, and then they'll have a straight shot to the back stretch. Leading in this idea would be Bellingham and Osmond from Earlham and Hanover having an opportunity, but way out in front looks like Emily Pinnock from Anderson with a 2:31.10 as her preliminary, but that doesn't mean anything in an 800. On the 800, you just wanted to be in the finals and not exhaust yourself. She did that in yesterday's run, and you can see she's blazing an actual push. We'll see if she's going to get caught in the front stretch here, but she really pushed an opening start.
Yeah, it's a very impressive clip that she's starting with there, and of course it's a fourth of the way through this race, so we'll see how her.
And they caught her
halfway
off the back stretch here, or off the front stretch here. They caught her, and again, Osmond Sorensen now right up there in front. 1 lap to go, and the young ladies from Hanover, that's Sawyer Osmond and Amber Lee Sorensen, are 1-2 in this race, and the tough part of it is going to hit right now in the 800. It's the tough one, that back stretch, and you can see them really pushing this one. 57 is Sorensen. She's in the lead.
It's so nice to see these young ladies getting cheered on by a lot of them individuals on the infield as they race around the football field to get in front to cheer on these young ladies. You love to see that.
Stern from Earlham is in second place as they come down the front stretch. Amber Sorensen chased by Elena Stern. And Stern may catch her down this front stretch, and she does. She takes the lead. 28, that's Bellingham of Earlham. I had the wrong. Bellingham of Earlham is taking the lead, and she's going to cruise through on this one. A fantastic race by Shiana Bellingham from Earlham, number 28. 57 and 72 are the other, come in second place. It's Sorensen and Lopez Ochoa from Manchester in third place. So we'll see this. It's Stern, Smith in 5th and 6th. Pennick from Anderson is in 7th. Osmond and Hanover. So it's Bellingham from Earlham, Sorensen from Hanover, Lopez Ochoa from Manchester, and they're flipping that one too quick for me to read it. And Clayton from Rose-Hulman is in 4th. So it's Bellingham, Sorensen, Lopez, and again, Earlham, Manchester, Anderson, and Hanover in 5th through 7th. But Osmond from Hanover was disqualified, said she went inside the track too many times. And so, we'll wait on this one to get a final. Bellingham, Sorensen, Lopez, Ochoa, and Clayton, 1, 2, 3, 4. as we get prepared for the men's 800 meters. And they'll line up here in just a second. Let's take a short minute break, and we'll be right back with more on Indiana Sports Network.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
If you are an athlete, a farmer, work in the factory, or just work in your own backyard, you need the benefits of chiropractic care. Shaw Chiropractic, located in the Brazil Kroger Strip Mall. Dr. Julie and Dr. Michael Shaw, your friends for chiropractic care.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
800 We're getting ready for the men's 800 meters. I hate to see this, but do you see those officials? They're taking a little break. It's a couple-minute break here, and I don't blame them for doing that. We want to thank our sponsors for this afternoon's broadcast here at Rose-Hulman for A-Plus Printing, Goshen H&R Block, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Morris Manufacturing, Riddell National Bank, Shaw Chiropractic, Sonic Drive-In, and York Automotive. Transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with locations in 5 different places. It's Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield. And we want to thank those guys for coming alongside to broadcast here athletics at Rose-Hulman and all over our Indiana Sports Network. Speaking of that, in Indiana Sports Network, we have a spring schedule of all kinds of different things going on, a little bit of baseball and our track championships. And again, we have pro basketball. And I'm going to let you talk about that because that's your baby, right?
Yeah, the Hoosier Hardwood Basketball Association will be at St. Mary of the Woods on tomorrow. A little change in schedule. We'll be at the Woods tomorrow at 4 p.m. We have 4 p.m. start time, 3:45 pregame show. The Terre Haute Sharpshooters will be in action tomorrow against the Southern Indiana Timberjacks. So the Hoosier Hardwood having a nice inaugural season, and a lot of talent on display. And I quickly found out that's a grown man league. Man, Herb, I'm telling you, you know.
I know.
There's some grown men in that league. My goodness.
Well, you talk about it, you're like, well, this is really great. And I always thought that was a lot of fun. And I had played a little bit of basketball in my younger days, and I stepped on the court one time with some NBA cast-offs, and I was like, wow, that was a lot of that. Now, this is years ago, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But a big difference when they're, dunking behind their head and just having a great time, and you're just looking at them going, well, that's not happening for me.
Yeah, that's right.
And they could really play. And I've watched a couple of the broadcasts, and again, that's good basketball, a lot of fun you can do on a Sunday either afternoon or evening, depending on when you want to go watch one of those ball games. And I know they're having a great time, and we're having a great time bringing you some pro basketball here from the Wabash Valley. And as we continue on, there's also possibilities we'll have some more baseball action on. As I was talking to our producer, Tony Harper, and he's talking about there's a chance that the baseball tournament could be held in Terre Haute for the HCAC. We'll see how that works out with a couple of ball games they're going to play this afternoon, and that'll go for a long distance to find out who's going to play in the HCAC championship and who's going to host, more importantly, the tournament.
Yep.
And So we're looking forward to all kinds of different things. Wabash will come in to Rose-Hulman and in the fall here in 2021, and that's always fun to watch what goes on there.
I know a few months from now.
Yeah, it's just a couple months.
Yeah,
not a big deal. We're getting ready, and we don't have any other things going on that way. But boy, good football season that we just had finished up this spring. That was fun. But you're going to see a lot of changes within the HCAC and even Division III here in the next couple of years, simply because of the pandemic and different things that have gone on. And the wealth of talent is changing because of that pandemic, even in Division III and even in the HCAC. You'll see some different changes going on. But again, we'll bring you the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers football here in the fall, as well as basketball in both men's and women's, baseball, and hopefully softball will return to the docket here in 2022. And we'll go back into a massive schedule for basketball, somewhere around 40 games here this next winter. And the start is off on the 800. I'll describe it right now. Rose-Hulman's Statoro Helevalinski, Wilburn from Franklin is in the race. Burnham from Transylvania, Elrod from Transylvania, Hansen from Hanover, Theskin from Rose-Hulman, Kurtzting from Transylvania. And as they hit this one, this will be a much faster pace, under 2 minutes on the 2-lap race, and that's a huge time as we see these runners heading towards the front. Transylvania runner is up front, and that is Burnham. And Burnham was one of the leaders and won the 1,500 meters, and he would be expected to win this race as well. In second place is J.C. Wilburn from Franklin. Burnham with the lead, and I don't know if anybody's going to catch him. He was so smooth in the 1,500 meters, and you can see he is just flying in this one. Away. He didn't wear out in the 1,500 meters. I don't expect him to wear out here in the 800 meters, and he is lengthening this lead.
He just kicked into gear.
He is really going.
He just kicked into the gear, Herb.
15 yards ahead on that race, and he is not going to stop. We'll see if he can run this one all the way down, and Burnham is in the lead and just destroying the competition.
Wow.
Everybody's being cheered on, but he is in full sprint mode and just flying down the front stretch. Again, Jacob Burnham from Transylvania expected to win, and here comes a really good push down in second and third place. You can watch this one go through. Transylvania ends up 1, 2. Franklin in third and Hanover in fourth in this 800 meters as, again, Burnham with an outstanding race.
He beat his time again. He beat his seed time again.
Burnham and Elrod from Transylvania 1 and 2. Wilburn and Hansen. Wilburn from Franklin. Hansen from Hanover in third and fourth place. You can see it on your screen as they will pull up these. Theskin from Rose-Hulman in fifth. Kirsting from Transylvania in sixth. And again, a huge race, 1:56:37.
You just have to love being able to see your seed time. You're looking at the board as you are approaching the finish line, and you know exactly where you're at, where you want to beat your best time. Not only do you want to win a championship, but you want to beat yourself. So, and he did that for the second race.
The conference record was 155.19
Wow.
by Aaron Lanoy of Rose-Hulman in 2017. So he's not going to approach that number, but
He was close
he just
to it.
ran away with it. He's pretty close to it.
He's less than, what, a second and a half away from that.
Yep.
That's not bad.
No, not in the 800. And again, a really good race. Burnham, a two-time now HCAC championship runner in this meet, and he is just, you can see him right at the bottom of your screen, and he's just smiling and laughing, and everything's great. And I'm thinking, if I did that, you'd have to put me on a stretcher and take me in, because he was just rocketing out of this one. The women's next set we have on this one after the 800 is the women's 400-meter hurdles, and then we'll follow that up with the men's 400-meter hurdles, the women's 200-meter dash, followed by the men's. Then we have the 5,000-meter run. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
In Searcy, Arkansas, a young man says I love you for the first time, but his girlfriend doesn't quite hear. In Franklin, Tennessee, a boy encounters his first pickle. And in Kyle, Texas, after a mission for tots, cousins realize they're a long way from Kyle, Texas. One day, many people, millions of orders. This is Howie Sonic.
H&R Block is your tax preparation service experts, no matter how you file. Sue Jones and Associates offer all tax preparation and all the tax services you need, not only at tax time, but throughout the year. Get your hometown tax help from Sue Goshen's H&R Block, located in Brazil, across from the courthouse. At A Plus Printing, we do it all. Screen printing, business printing and documents, printing for weddings and senior announcements, screen printing of hats, shirts, sports teams, and uniforms, promotional items of all kinds, including koozies and coffee mugs. You name it, A Plus can print it. A Plus Printing in Brazil.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back as we prepare for the men's 800, or excuse me, the women's 400-meter hurdles. I was all getting excited.
Yeah.
Here's the scores. Rose-Hulman with 177 and Manchester 128, followed by Transylvania, Hanover, Earlham, Franklin, Anderson, and Defiance in that order. And there's still a 50-point or over that 50-point threshold by lead by Rose-Hulman and the men as we prepare for, again, this women's 400-meter hurdles. In lane 1 will be Olivia Moss from Anderson. Lane 2 will be Madison Lindfelt from Rose-Hulman. Lane 3 is Ashley Klosterman from Mount St. Joe. Lane 4, Elijah Craig from Hanover. Lane 5, Taylor Allen from Transylvania. Lane 6 is Brooke Bowens from Manchester. Lane 7, Elizabeth Russell from Manchester. And in lane 8, Jennifer Doyer from Earlham. And again, we'll be looking at the women's 400-meter hurdles. Hurdles are placed all the way through on this one, and we will see what we can get through here on the women's 400-meter hurdles. The men's race will follow right after this race. Again, Moss from Anderson, lane 1. Lindfelt from Rose-Hulman, lane 2. Klosterman from Mount St. Joe in lane 3. Lane 4 has Craig of Hanover. Lane 5, Allen, Transylvania. Lane 6, Bowens from Manchester. Lane 7, Russell from Manchester. And in lane 8, Doyer from Earlham. As we close in on this one, again, the 400-meter hurdles. After this comes the 200-meter dash, followed by the 5,000 and then the 1,600-meter relay, or 4x100 or 4x400-meter relay. And then we'll have the award ceremony at approximately 4:30 this afternoon. So if you've watched on this and you want to see the awards take place, they should take place right at 4:30. That's what the time difference is on this one. Again, the women's 400-meter hurdles. Getting everyone set. They'll stay in their lanes all the way around. And they're going to take their lanes now. Again, it's Moss from Anderson in lane 1. Linfelt, Rose-Hulman, lane 2. Klosterman from Mount St. Joe in lane 3. Craig from Hanover in lane 4. Allen from Transylvania, lane 5. Bowens from Manchester, lane 6. Russell from Manchester in lane 7. Doyer from Earlham in lane 8. When you're watching this one, you won't be able to tell until they hit basically the front stretch. Watch them go over the hurdles to see who's in what place. The hurdles are staggered at the exact same spot in each lane throughout the track. So as you're watching, whoever goes over the hurdles first is going to be leading. And you can see the runners on the inside. Whoever's going over those hurdles first is going to be leading. Appears to be lane 4, which should be correct, and Elijah Craig from Hanover. And as she's going over those hurdles, she is in the lead by a little bit, and we'll see what's going on in the staggers. Pretty much tied now, lane 4 and lane 5. It's Craig from Hanover and Allen from Transylvania as they approach this front stretch. And now it's Transylvania taking the lead. A nice run by Taylor Allen as she is smooth over the hurdles and striding out in full force.
Just one more hurdle.
She makes it over it, and she's heading towards the finish line. And again, Allen from Transylvania cruises through on this one. And Manchester in lane 5 comes up with what appears to be second place. Or lane 6 is Brooke Bowens. We'll see how it goes. It is Bowens in lane 6 that comes in. Allen, Bowens, Klosterman, and Craig. So Craig ran very well, but faded at the end. Linfelt from Rose-Hulman is number 5. 6th is Russell from Manchester. Doyer from Earlham is in 7th. Moss from Anderson in 8th place.
You know, you're watching that, and, you know, you're watching Allen as she was going around the track, was able to hit the hurdle in stride, whereas Craig, you can kind of see a little pity patch. She was trying to get her steps down almost at every hurdle, and you know that's going to slow you down as the race goes on. Allen, a nice, smooth race from start to finish.
102 was the record by Lexi Vinsk from Hanover, as again, not approaching that, and she did that race in 2013, a 102.95 by Lexi Vince. And again, Allen doesn't come close to that, but she wins the race going away, and a very smooth race for the young lady from Transylvania. We'll go to the men's 400 meters. And as we outline the race in this one, and they're adjusting the hurdles, making sure those are all set and ready to go. In the men's 400-meter hurdles, it's Tristan Sturm from Earlham in lane 1. Logan McLaughlin from Rose-Hulman, lane 2. Joshua Gaffney from Defiance, lane 3. Tawan Cannon from Defiance, lane 4. Justin Johnson from Hanover is in lane 5. Yeah, and Jeffrey Cohen from Rose-Hulman, lane 6. Zachary Roberts, Franklin, lane 7. Ted Lamson from Anderson is in lane 8. And for these 400-meter hurdles for men, the record is set by Anderson University's Max Kittle with a 52:51. And to do that, a 52:51 is a tremendous race. The fastest time coming into this off the prelims is a 57:19 by Taewon Cannon. And so we'll see how this race comes into existence as they get prepared for this one. We'll pause, take a very short break. We'll be right back with more from Terre Haute, Indiana on Indiana Sports Network.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
If you are an athlete, a farmer, work in the factory, or just work in your own backyard, you need the benefits of chiropractic care. Shaw Chiropractic, located in the Brazil Kroger Strip Mall. Dr. Julie and Dr. Michael Shaw, your friends for chiropractic care.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
The Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference Championships in track and field are being held today again at Rose-Hulman, and having the opportunity to bring you all the exciting action as we'll see some major jockeying and racing here in the rest of the sports that we're going to cover, the rest of the races we'll cover this afternoon. Again, right now we're ready for the men's 400-meter hurdles. Lane 1 is Sturm from Earlham. Lane 2, McLaughlin of Rose-Hulman. Lane 3 is Gaffney of Defiance. Lane 4, Cannon of Defiance, coming in with the lowest preliminary time at 57.19. Lane 5 is Johnson of Hanover. Lane 6, Cohen of Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Roberts of Franklin. And Lane 8 will be Lamson of Anderson. As we're preparing for this one, and they've altered the hurdles, getting ready for it, and lining everything up. The runners are starting to put their starting blocks in and get ready for this 400 meters. We want to thank our sponsors for today's contest, and that is A Plus Printing, Goshen H&R Block, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Morris Manufacturing, Riddell National Bank, Shaw Chiropractic, Sonic Drive-In, and York Automotive. And our transportation specialist for the Indiana Sports Network is York Automotive, with locations in Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield. If you need to advertise or would like to do that on Indiana Sports Network, you can contact Tony Harper at Indiana Sports Network, LLC. And again, just having an opportunity to bring you these track championships, and we're on the air for a long period of time. This is not the normal for a regular contest, so doing this is kind of a stretch at certain parts during the day, and making sure we get through everything that's going to take place. And again, we're ready for the 400-meter high hurdles for men. And again, that's a difference between the high school and college level. Instead of being 400, you're usually going 300 in hurdles in high school, and these are definitely a lot different. And again, 52 seconds is the record, and we had a 57-second preliminary coming in. But we've seen the total change in times in a couple of these races, and this could be one.
It sure could. It sure could. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a best time today in the 55s. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
So again, let me go down through the list one more time. Sturm of Earlham in lane 1. McLaughlin Rose-Hulman is in lane 2. Lane 3 has Gaffney of Defiance. Lane 4, Cannon of Defiance. Lane 5 is Johnson of Hanover. Lane 6, Cohen of Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Roberts of Franklin. And in lane 8, Lamson of Anderson.
How many of these gentlemen will be sub 1? How many do you think? 2? Okay. I'm gonna go with I was gonna say 4, but that's a stretch. I'm gonna say 3.
3. And they're off. Clean start. We haven't had a false start today, and I said that, and all of a sudden it's been good.
Yeah, we've had great starts, and you always love that. You don't want to have false starts. It breaks the rhythm of the event. And
could get someone disqualified. Yeah. Lane 4 is the leader right now, and that's Taewon Cannon from Defiance, and he was the preliminary leader as well, and he's out to a big lead.
Yeah, he is.
He is just smoking these hurdles right now and looks very smooth as he's going ahead, making that turn out and way in front. Cannon, and if he can continue to make those strides, he's going to be fine. Ooh. He makes it over. It's a tough race. 400 meters and jumping hurdles all around is not my idea of a cup of tea. He's hurting.
He's hurting.
He's going to get over this one, and he gets
barely
gets over, but barely. He's going to make it through. What a tremendous gutsy race, and that is tough. He's down on the track, but he's been under that 1 minute mark, and you could see him almost cramp up right in the middle. I don't know if he's cramping or what, but that had to hurt. Cannon from Defiance wins the race. Roberts from Franklin is second. Johnson from Hanover third. Cohen from Rose-Hulman is in fourth. McLaughlin from Rose-Hulman fifth. Gaffney from Defiance sixth. Sturm Earlham is in seventh, and Lamson from Anderson comes in eighth place. But a tremendous hard race, and those are the races we talk about. That other one, and we were both wrong. 4 went under 1 minute. Cannon, Roberts, Johnson, and Cohen, and all under that 1 minute mark as they just flew around. But Cannon ran a tremendous race.
How about Cannon? You saw him on the last 3 or 4 hurdles glinting as he went over the hurdle. On the last one, he clipped the hurdle, almost went down, and still ran a 57.1. After all of that.
After all the bad
a clean race would have put him in the 55s.
Yeah, put him close to that 55 mark, and that's where I thought he possibly could run it, and he just didn't quite get it done.
But how about the heart? Heart and desire, man. That's just want to.
Those 400-meter races, I think, are the most grueling because it's not like you're jogging around a whole lap. It is an all-out sprint, and you put hurdles in the middle of it, and that's exactly how hard this young man ran the race. Congratulations to Taewon Cannon from Defiance, who wins the 400-meter hurdle race for today. We're going to go to the women's 200-meter dash and get everything set up, clear the track, and get everybody over there. We're going to come back in just a moment. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
I feel like I'm the good kind of spicy. It means you got an edge. I got an edge.
It means you've got some umph, and I got some umph.
I don't know about your umph, but impatience doesn't equal spicy.
Sonic Chicken Slinger.
Is it a good umph or a bad umph?
New products, new lines, new jobs. Morris Manufacturing is expanding. A supplier to the automotive industry, producing drivetrain parts for some of the newest, most impressive vehicles, Morris Manufacturing is looking for full and part-time employees to staff these new production lines and supporting departments. Employees earn 40 hours of vacation at 6 months and 80 hours at 1 year. Join one of the area's fastest growing companies. Apply online at morrismfg.com.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstadter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
4 years ago, I drove my daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Riddell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Riddell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Riddell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
I don't even think I can make this at home for $3.99.
No, you have to buy the meat, you have to buy the queso, you have to buy the bread, you have to buy the cheese, you gotta buy the grill, you gotta buy everything.
Queso burger.
Ooh.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
Well, we're down to the last 6 events of the day as far as track events, and that's what we're getting ready to embark upon. Is the very last sprint event, if you will. The women's 200-meter dash is what we're getting ready to have here in about 6 minutes' time. That'll be followed by the 200-meter dash, the men's variety. And then there will be some distance runs as well as possibly a relay. Actually, there's a relay event in here that is on one program that I have, but it's not on the other. So I think I'm going to trust the one that's online. And we'll have, I guess, that relay will be the last event of the day, is what it normally is. Here in this 200-meter dash final, we'll read off the participants. Starting in lane 1, Adikite Oladapupo from Rose-Hulman, Mariah Murray from Anderson, Tina Rogers from Rose-Hulman, Zelia Martin from Hanover, Callie Nolan from Transylvania, Lindsay Hermes from Earlham, and these 2 runners from Manchester, one in lane 7, Adele Stanko, and in lane 8, Brooke Bowens. So those are your participants, and we'll read them off again in a couple of moments. The participants here in the women's 200-meter dash. We just saw a moment ago in the men's 400-meter hurdles. We saw a very gutsy and gallant performance by your champion, Taiwan Cannon from Defiance, who had some trouble with the, I don't know if he had pulled something, had a cramp, but you could tell he was hurting as he went over the last few hurdles. Actually eclipsed the last one and found a way to stay upright on his 2 feet and cleared the line first to become the 400-meter champion here in the 2021 Outdoor HCAC Track and Field Championships. In the team category, I believe Rose-Hulman, on the last tabulation, we had Rose-Hulman winning in the men's variety and in the women's. So I'm sure we'll see in a matter of moments another posting of the team tabulations. So we'll see how that is going here maybe after this race. We'll see the team event standings for both the men and the women. But like I mentioned a moment ago, Rose-Hulman was winning both events, and we'll see if they can hold on to that lead. Or I know Manchester men was the closest competitor to Rose-Hulman men, and that was about 30 points behind the last we saw. And we'll be looking forward to seeing those numbers flash on the screen here sometime soon. But we're getting ready right now for, as I mentioned, the women's 200. That'll be about 1 minute away as we're getting ready on the track.
And we'll look at them. Lane 1 should be Oladipupu from Rose-Hulman. Lane 2 is Murray from Anderson. Lane 3, Rogers from Rose-Hulman. Lane 4, Martin from Hanover. Lane 5, Nolan from Transylvania. Lane 6, Hermes from Earlham. Lane 7 is Stanko from Manchester. And Lane 8 is Bowens from Manchester. This should be a great race.
Absolutely.
And when I say that, there are 3 runners in the middle lanes that their preliminary times were all within 1/10 of each other on a 200-meter race. Mm-hmm. That means they can all run very well. You've seen Martin from Hanover cruise through in the 100 meters, and she anchored the 4x100 meter for Hanover. She comes in with the fastest time, but not by much, as is very, very close.
Somebody's going to have to show me they can stay with her. Because as of today, nobody has been to her zip code.
Well, it's going to be the long stride of somebody that can try to keep that speed up through the entire 200 meters. Clean start. And they're going to round the corner, and again, she's way ahead.
Look at that.
Martin is ahead, and
nobody knows zip code
through. She's up by 5 yards on everybody in the race. Can anybody catch her?
Wow.
On her inside is Rogers from Rose-Hulman, and she's closest right now. It could be Transylvania's Nolan, but again, a huge race for Zalia Martin as she blows away the competition in the 200. Martin with a 25.63. Hermes from Earlham with a 26.34. Rogers from Rose-Hulman 26.51. Nolan from Transylvania 26 seconds. Then it's Murray, Bowens, Stanko, and Oladipupu. And
she almost won by a full second.
It was brutal. 25.31 is the conference record. She was 0.3 off the conference record, but she just could fly down this one. And we're looking at Zalia Martin from Hanover. Again, just an outstanding race for her, and she becomes a 3-time HCAC champion from sprinting in the women's side as she just cruises through on the 200.
I mean, nobody can touch her.
No.
The young lady is in a class by herself today, and she just flies.
Almost a second off her prelim, which happens. That's going to be normal, especially on a 200. You're not going to really ghost yourself on Friday by going as hard as you can.
Right.
And she was a second faster today, and just blistering. And what an outstanding race and an outstanding athlete is Martin. That's Zalia Martin from Hanover, as she just flew on this one.
She'll be vying for women's track honors.
Oh, definitely, because she has the only thing she's missing is a conference record.
Yep.
Because she is just taking care of her opponents and doing it in grand fashion. The men's 200-meter finals will be the next race up. In lane 1 will be Desmond Gist from Bluffton. Lane 2, Reese Hunter from Hanover. Lane 3, Tristan Bronoff from Manchester. Lane 4, Jacob Bird from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5 is Robert Marshall from Defiance. Lane 6, Noah Thomas from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7 is Sheldon Lindsay from Earlham. Lane 8 is Dawson Allen from Rose-Hulman. Noah Thomas from Rose-Hulman was the 100-meter champ, and again, the 100 and 200 tend to be the similar racers, although some of those guys that run 400 sometimes drop down to the 200 and run it as well. The conference the conference record is by Kent Benson from Anderson in 2004, and it's not the Kent Benson you're thinking of that played for IU, although there's a funny one. We were broadcasting ball games at Anderson I was broadcasting for Indiana Sports Network, and I met and spent a lot of time with Kent Benson when I was there. But, from Anderson. And that winner, Kent Benson, did it in 2004. So, again, it's been a while.
What was his time that you said?
Time on that one was 21.28. 21.28. And so there's a possibility to get that down, but it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
22.9 or 22.69 was the fastest coming in. That was by Jacob Bird in the preliminaries. But you never know what's going to happen on this one. Again, that 200 meter changes from being a that the sprint of the 100 meter and the 400, and you tend to get guys coming both directions. The really good 400 meter runners will run it sometimes, and then they'll take the 100 meter person and move them over as well. The runners are standing there again, getting ready for this one. Again, I'll go through the lineup. Gist from Bluffton in lane 1, Hunter from Hanover lane 2, Bronoff from Manchester lane 3, Bird from Rose-Hulman lane 4, Marshall from Defiance in lane 5, Thomas from Rose-Hulman in lane 6, Lindsay from Earlham is in lane 7, and Allen from Rose-Hulman in lane 8. They're getting things ready. Official standing in front. And they're off. Solid start. Again, another clean start as they get out on this one. They're going to hit this front stretch, and we'll see what's going on. And as they're going down, it's a close race.
We've seen this
right down
before.
The middle.
Thomas and Marshall.
And it'll be a photo on this
finish,
one.
Yes.
It'll be a photo. They were both right there, folks. Right in the middle. Thomas and Marshall really flying down on this one, and we'll see what happens as they get things set up. And they'll go through the actual pictures on this one to see who actually crosses the line first. They're going to give it to Thomas of Rose-Hulman, 22:10.
Oh, my
Marshall
goodness.
with 22.11.
Oh.
That's as close. It's a photo finish. It's as close as you're going to get it. Gist of Bluffton is listed third. We'll see if he ends up there. But again, it's Bronoff from Manchester in third. Bird from Rose-Hulman in fourth. So again, Thomas and Marshall, that was a photo finish, a great race by both these young men, and we'll see what goes on. Lindsay, Allen, Hunter, and Gist in that order, 5 through 8. But Noah Thomas ends up with the win from Rose-Hulman, and Marshall, and that is Robert Marshall from Defiance, is in second. Bronoff from Manchester third. Bird from Rose-Hulman fourth. Lindsay from Earlham fifth. Allen from Rose-Hulman sixth. And you can see those on your screen as we go through those. The next race we're going to have is going to be I believe it's the 5,000 meters. So let me double check here. It is the women's 5,000 meter run. And again, women's 5,000 will be up next. Great race in the 200 meter dash. We'll take a very short break, and we'll be right back. We're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
H&R Block is your tax preparation service experts, no matter how you file. Sue Jones and Associates offer all tax preparation and all the tax services you need, not only at tax time, but throughout the year. Get your hometown tax help from Sue Goshen's H&R Block, located in Brazil, across from the courthouse. At A+ Printing, we do it all. Screen printing, business printing and documents, printing for weddings and senior announcements, screen printing of hats, shirts, sports teams, and uniforms, promotional items of all kinds, including koozies and coffee mugs. You name it, A+ can print it. A+ Printing in Brazil.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
The women's 5,000 meters. Inside, Fiona Frost from Manchester, Jill Anspaugh from Franklin, Shiana Bellingham from Earlham, Lauren Smith from Manchester, Taylor Wooten from Franklin, Hannah Brubaker from Manchester, Taryn Perry from Rose-Hulman, Kaya Johnson from Rose-Hulman, Brianna Metcalf from Hanover, Noelle Lawler from Anderson, and Callie Guthrie from Anderson. We have seed times on these. Again, seed times are not going to be what is going to usually occur in the finals, but you just wanted to win or come in the top 4 places in your 2 seeds to get you in here. In this case, it would be top 6 places. They had two races to determine where they're going to be as far as seeding. Top 12 runners now in the 5,000 meters instead of 10 or 8 because of lane restrictions. So we're getting ready to start. You can see them across the way. And when I'm saying this, they're going to start close to that 200 meter mark, and they'll do it in an arced circle start, and then they'll try to race to the front edge of the corner. Again, Frost from Manchester, Anspaugh from Franklin, Bellingham Earlham, Smith from Manchester, Wooten from Franklin, Brubaker from Manchester, Perry from Rose-Hulman, Johnson from Rose-Hulman, Metcalf from Hanover, Lawler from Anderson, and Guthrie from Anderson. Your seed time, lowest seed time on this, and they are putting it in. They just gave each school 2 entries, or it looks like on this one. Seed times go down to about 19 minutes. The conference record on this event for women's is 17:41:13 by Gwen Kemple from Anderson in 2008. So
what was that time again?
17:31. 17:41. Again, Gwen Kemple from Anderson in 2008 holds the women's record in this for the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference. And those runners are making sure they're stretched and ready to go. We'll get this one started. A men's race will start immediately after. There are 20 men that will be running in that race. So there'll be a bunch, and we'll see them congregate, and they'll probably start them in double staggers, and hopefully nobody runs over each other. It's the start that's the tough part. Yeah, that's the way it works.
Yeah.
The start is the tough part in this when you put 15, 20 people in an actual start on a lapped race. But as we see this one, they still have the men's 200 meters finals still listed up there. You know, they're going through and looking at it, and they've gone down to 22.8 1:03.
Gosh.
As the, I mean, they're dissecting that one to the exact, as finalized as they can make that one.
And that was
tough.
probably. Do you think that was probably the coach from Bluffton or Defiance, whatever school?
Defiance.
Robert is from Defiance. Their coach saying, "Hey, let's make sure. Let's double check."
I think the officials automatically double check this one. It was so close. You're just going to make sure you do it.
I agree with it. Whoever decided to double check. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
You spend the time that's necessary, and hey, make sure this thing is right, because it was so close.
Brianna Metcalf from Hanover is trying to set a pace. She's in the lead. Anderson has a runner right behind her, and that's number 8, and that's Noelle Lawler. So those two are leading the race right now. And again, 5,000 meters. So this is going to take a while. Again, you're talking 18 minutes and 33 seconds by Lawler was the seed time she brought in. She is the fastest racer. She's currently in second place. Metcalf with a 19:03 really moved out in front on this one. She's the second highest. So the top 2 in seed times are the ones that took the lead right away, and they have a substantial lead over a pack that's going to try to catch them here in a little bit, and we'll see if we can get a second pack to break out. Nice smooth run, and the advantage is for Lawler is she's going to save a bunch in her tank hopefully by running in second place. The advantage for Metcalf is going to be, can I run Lawler out of her stride and get her to not only chase but kind of throw in the towel here at a certain point?
I would have guessed the answer is no.
Probably is. 28 is in third. And I'm looking, that's Shiana Bellingham from Earlham. And she's running it in by herself in front of the pack and behind the lead two runners. And a nice good pace. They're still lengthening their lead over the pack. So that pack is behind them, but again, and you'll see everything will start dispersing here at about probably in about two or three laps. You'll see even a bigger displacement of the pack.
You see the two Manchester runners kind of running side by side, wanting to keep pace a little bit, to make sure they're in in the shouting distance.
Well, Lauren Smith won the 1,500 meters, and so she's somebody that could really keep pace with what's going on, and she may be waiting for the time to make the move and just not pushing the whole issue here
just making
early
sure
in the race.
You're in range.
Whatever
that range might be.
Be in range. Make sure you have enough that you can get a good kick. And she had a very strong kick at the end of her 1,500 meters, so she can run.
Mm-hmm.
And
Drew Baker standing right next to her.
Same time, Metcalf Metcalf came in with a seed time of 19:03. Lawler with a seed time of 18:33. That's a 30-second difference. That's a huge difference in a race of this length, but it's perfect conditions to run. It's not too hot. Sun is bright and shining, so that'll heat you up just a little bit, but they're running a very solid pace.
And it's a lot warmer than it was when we came in, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It feels great outside. What's it about, 65 or 60, high 60s right now?
You're going to have to mow that lawn when you get home. It's going to happen.
Oh, my.
You think your son's going to do it, and when you get there, it's not going to be that at all.
Like, son, what you been doing all day? Eating biscuits.
It's about 73 degrees now. We started in the 50s, and it's moved right up 72 degrees.
Feels good.
So it's not cold, it's not hot, it's just perfect conditions to race. The only other time would be better would probably be at about 65 degrees when in your running distance. It'd make it feel a lot better for you. But these young ladies are really pushing it through. And I'll tell you what, the pack has started to catch the lead 2 runners.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So good opportunity for all of them involved in what's going in. Smith is in 4th place from Manchester. Bellingham from Earlham is in 3rd. And again, it's Metcalf and Lawler in 1 and 2, and that lead is going to evaporate in a little bit.
I got my eye on those Manchester runners. I do think they're going to challenge at some point.
Well, at a certain point, it's a lot, and I'm going to say this: it's not a lot more. It's a lot more fun to catch, but if you're the one blazing the trail, you always have this in the back of your mind. Am I going too fast? Am I going to wear out? Mm-hmm. Where if you're behind and you just kind of keeping pace with everybody else, it can really help you.
Mm-hmm.
Nice solid run by the top 4 for sure. Kaya Johnson from Rose-Hulman has moved into that pack, and she is running herself now in about 4th spot. Bellingham has dropped off the pace of the top 2. Smith finds herself in 3rd place.
Still a long way to go. We're probably about 35% done with the race, maybe 30% through.
And like you said, the 2 Manchester runners are staying in there. Mm-hmm. Brubaker up in for Manchester. That's Frost as well. Frost up there. Yeah. So there are 3 runners from Manchester in that top group, and they've now caught the 2 leaders.
Uh-huh.
Manchester's running 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and that's with Frost, Smith, and Brubaker, all of them 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and back and forth in those spots. Rose-Hulman has the runner-up in Johnson, and she's now 3rd, but again, they've jockeyed for position. And you can see the difference in the running style right now as Metcalf is staggering a little bit in comparison to what I'm looking at Lawler running. Lawler seems a lot more relaxed in how she's running.
I was just getting ready to say, we haven't said Lawler's name in a while. I think she's very comfortable running where she is. Just so she can see Smith. She's, hey, I'm right here on your shoulder.
Yep.
I'm right here.
And she doesn't want to take over. She's had the opportunity to 2 or 3 times, and she doesn't want to kick.
There a minute ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she's like right around that corner, and she's just staying on the court, staying right on her shoulder.
Right on her shoulder. That's right. I want to see you. You can see me.
Yep.
Putting the pressure on you.
Yep.
I'm going to go past you whenever I get ready to.
And when she does, she's going to go out like a house of fire.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens, but that's the position that she's in.
You got to think Johnson's really in a good place for Rose-Hulman as she's sitting 3rd and running right with everyone.
Right.
And then the 3 Manchester runners, you can't say enough, they've kind of paced themselves back into contention.
It's like practice.
Yeah.
You run together, you train together, and we're comfortable.
They're all right.
Mm-hmm.
So they're running a good, solid pace, and those 6 are very, very close in what's going to happen. And this is going to be a great opportunity for all of them in this one.
So we're approaching the halfway mark in this race. So that top 6 out of our runners today. So, we have the 7th. Can't see exactly who that is. It's in that 7th spot. And then there's a chasm. There's a wide gulf between the 7th spot and everybody else. So
and they're going to straggle in at a certain point. It's because you're running and what you want to do is these are points that even if you don't run that well at certain point, you can see them. They're jockeying for that first spot, and Lawler's right on Metcalf's shoulder, and if she falls off pace at all, Lawler will take first place and just start running, I think, in this one.
I think Lawler is jockeying not to be in first place right now.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And I think, again, that's that mental. There goes Lawler. She makes the pass on the front stretch. And Johnson is going to go into second, and fading fast is Metcalf, as she is fading fast on this one. In comparison to the other two, the Manchester runners now are Beyer and Smith and Smith and Brubaker.
Yeah.
So, again, Anderson has Noelle Lawler in the lead, striding out now, and you can see she was hesitating those last 2 laps. She was just kind of cruising and wasn't even trying hard, and you see a much better pace for her, a much nicer, smooth stride, and she doesn't look like she's fading or wavering at all. She's just got a nice stride. Her body leans correct. She just looks really comfortable in how she's striding right now.
And Johnson, with those much smaller strides, is keeping pace. He's doing a good job staying right there.
And at the same time, Manchester has runners in that now 3rd, 4th, and 5th place.
Yeah. But now it's a top 3. Your top 3 are alone, right? Is that Brubaker?
Brubaker's in 3rd spot.
Yeah.
And
Smith in
4th, and Frost is in 5th right now for Manchester. So they're going to pick up a bunch of points on this one. But at the same time, solid runners. And you know what's really nice is the 3 runners from Manchester run together and train together, and they make each other better.
Yep.
So, again, a nice, smooth pace, consistent in what they're doing. But definitely leading the race is Noelle Lawler.
Yeah,
she's just smooth.
Now it's a little. I think it's a little bit of danger time right now. If you're Brubaker, if you're Johnson, Johnson, you do not want to let Lawler pull away, as I think Lawler is starting to. She slowly but surely she's starting to pull away a little bit. 2 and 3 are going to have to be careful not to get too much distance. We'll see how this.
Good solid stride. You look at her though; she looks comfortable.
Yeah, she does.
She's not pushed yet.
Nope.
And when I say that's just nice and smooth, comfortable run. Lengthened her stride in comparison to everyone else, and is taking control of the race. She's going to lap a slower runner, and that is
her teammate, I think.
Yeah, it's Callie Guthrie, her teammate. She's going to take a lap on her, and realistically, that's what you're supposed to do, is move to the outside and let the faster runner through, and that's what her teammate's done. And we've seen a move by Brubaker to come into 2nd place by a substantial margin, because she's trying to chase Lawler down. I don't know if she can do it or not. Brubaker with a 19:10 as her fastest time, and that's, again, 35 seconds behind what Lawler has run earlier. But doesn't mean anything. You're in the finals here.
And Johnson is falling way back because those short strides. It's hard if you're a short strider like that. It's hard to keep pace.
Sure, but you can see that nice long strides by Lawler as she continues to do it. But here's the other part: when you're looking at Brubaker, who's closed the gap and is right on her heels, Brubaker has a real different body lean compared to Lawler. And you can really see it.
Yes.
Lawler sits back just a little bit and lets her legs do it. Brubaker is almost like falling forward. She's really pushing and trying to make that body lean help take control of what she's doing and get her feet in movement so she can catch up. And she is right there where she wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, this 5,000 meters is going to end up being a push.
Yeah. So we probably have, just about 4 laps to go, maybe somewhere around that ballpark.
Well, it's, again, smooth, solid race by both of these young ladies as they pulled away from the pack and shown their prowess.
I'll be interested to see if at some point Lawler's body position changes. If she leans forward and tries to pull this thing away, like you talked about, she's got a backward lean.
Doesn't have her lean going forward yet.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. So,
but when she does, when she decides she wants to put it down, we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
But it's possible she always runs. Maybe she'll run the whole way like this because Brubaker's been a forward lean the whole time. So maybe that's just her style. So we'll see.
Well, the nice part about Brubaker and her run is not only has she caught her, but she's right on her shoulder, and she's not backing off at all.
Right.
So that's bodes really well for her as she's gonna, it's gonna come down to a nice kick here, and we're gonna see who can do it. The women's 5,000 meters.
We're approaching 16 minutes now. As the best seed time, like you said, was 18 and a half. So we're getting close to the last couple of laps.
And you can see people starting to gather as they know it's going to start making a difference here pretty soon to cheer on their teammates. And these are athletes in the middle of the field along with a couple coaches.
Yeah.
It is interesting to watch both of them as they're pulling away, and a nice solid run for both of these athletes. Noelle Lawler. And it doesn't look like she's going to shake Hannah Brubaker.
No, she's not. Unless she's got one whale of a push at the end.
And Brubaker has gone to running almost beside her.
Mm-hmm.
And Lawler has to see that. Now, going around a corner, that's not really the greatest thing in the world, but
yeah,
staying right on her shoulder.
It's going to be interesting who's going to make that last move. We'll be hearing the bell at some point in the near future. It'll be interesting to see who has a push and what that push looks like. How thin can you stretch yourself?
Slower runner is in the way, and they're going to pass her on the outside.
Mm-hmm. Either that or they're going to run through.
And there's a bell lap. It's one lap for the championship in the 5,000 meters. Noelle Lawler, Hannah Brubaker. And for Lawler, it does not look like she's going to hit her fast time. For Brubaker, she's exceeding her pace.
Yep.
And all of a sudden down that back stretch, they're still right in the same spots. Brubaker's taken a slight lead on the backstretch.
And then you have
and a slower runner
Perry
and
right there. And that's unfortunate.
That's gonna
unfortunate.
That forces Brubaker to get an extra stride in.
That's right.
And now they're going to hit this final turn. Brubaker with the lead. Lawler right on her tail. But Brubaker seems powerful right now as she's got the body lean, and she's going to really sprint this one out.
Yep.
And here it comes down the front stretch. Brubaker pulls away. Huge push.
Wow.
Hannah Brubaker trying to pick up the conference championship, and she will cruise through. Hannah Brubaker with the win. Comes in and does a great job on this one. Johnson is going to end up third. Frost in fourth.
Wow.
really solid run. Brubaker from Manchester in first, then it's Lawler and Johnson.
I'm going to be honest with you, Herb. If I'm Lawler, I'm upset. Because you had a runner right in front of you. And I mean, Brubaker had a better pass around the runner than Lawler did, and she got hemmed in. That's the way it goes.
Yep.
But I'm upset.
At the same time, Brubaker pulled away right at the last, too.
She did, but who knows?
That's one of those things
that break stride,
just has to happen. You have a chance right at the end to close, and she couldn't close. And I'll tell you what, Brubaker ran an outstanding race for her, winning the conference title in the 5,000 meters. Just a huge job. Everybody congratulating everyone on how hard they ran this race. And there's still runners out on the track as they'll still have to finish up. But what an outstanding race. Again, we get to see these going right down to the wire. Brubaker and Lawler, 1 and 2. Johnson and Frost. Frost, 3 and 4. Smith, Bellingham, and Metcalf are 5, 6, and 7. And again, Manchester, Anderson, Rose-Hulman, and Manchester 1 through 4. And then it's Manchester picking up that 5th spot. But the distance runners from Manchester, very consistent in what they do. They're up towards the top end. They ran very effective races. Perry from Rose-Hulman picks up 8th. As we look down, and we'll get you the final standings in this one and see what's going on. We still have a runner on the track trying to get through this one as well. But solid race. Brubaker, Lawler, Johnson, Frost, 1, 2, 3, 4. Smith, Bellingham, Metcalf, and Perry are 5, 6, 7, and 8. Ann Spa ends up 9th. And as we're waiting for the other runners to finish, again, having that opportunity to finish the race in the 5,000 meters. The men's race will have 20 participants, by the way, 20. And I'll go down through the list of those when they're getting ready on the other side.
You know, it's interesting because they're supposed to start in 2 minutes.
They will. They're going to start in about a minute and a half.
Yep.
As we still have a final runner to pick up, and that's Guthrie from Anderson. There were 11 in the race today. There were supposed to be 12, but it looks like 11. As we wait for those final runners to make it through. Again, Brubaker, Lawler, Johnson, and Frost, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the women's 5,000. Now for the men's race. And there are 20 names I'm going to read off here from different places. Ian Landwehr from Rose-Hulman. Seth Meador from Transylvania. Jonathan Tim from Rose-Hulman. Chris Graham from Franklin. Parker Mullins from Franklin. Ben Gothard from Rose-Hulman. John Slies from Rose-Hulman. Andy Villardo from Hanover. Jack Sells from Franklin. Cooper Green from Manchester. Caleb Gosinski from Anderson. Ian Gorley from Earlham. Enrique Salazar from Manchester. Thomas Richardson from Manchester. Connor Havens from Manchester. Ethan Weston from Hanover. Alexander Roberts from Earlham. Jordan Johnson from Franklin. Clayton Wilson from Anderson. And Ian Leatherman from Anderson. Low times on this. There are several runners in that 15-minute range. And when I say that, that's kind of where we're looking at it. But there is one, Thomas Richardson at 14:59 would be your low seed time coming in. Close to him would be a teammate, and Richardson is from Manchester. Enrique Salazar at 15:08. So Manchester has what we, and then from Hanover, Andy Villardo is the third fastest seed time. So 2 runners from Manchester, the lowest seed times, along with Villardo from. And as we look at these, just getting everybody to run in that 15-minute range, that's kind of where we're looking. But again, a 14:59 by Richardson is the lowest seed time in this 5,000 meters this year.
I'm going to have my eye once again on my man, Enrique Salazar. I'm going to have my eye on him throughout this race. Almost a false start. I saw him. One of the runners kind of almost fall forward. I said, "Oh, watch out there!"
You step forward.
Qualified.
Yeah. Well, what you do is you step forward. They set and you take that step.
Well, he leaned. There was one guy who leaned and he actually pulled back. Yep. Thankfully. So.
And the Manchester runners are up close to the lead. Number 50 is in the lead right now, and that's Villardo. He's one of the top 3 runners as far as seed times coming in. And then there are 3 Manchester runners right in that pack, and those 3 would be Salazar, Richardson, and Havens, all sitting there in 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, I would expect Villardo to be all the way there, all the way to the end. And, those Manchester runners, they must have a great distance program because they all
of them are running well.
And the men and women, both. For a lot of the different distance races, their players are right there together, just like practice. So.
Running very hard. There's a pack of Manchester runners in the front. Rose-Hulman has a couple runners in 5th and 6th right now. And again, that pack is going to stay together. Leading out on the pack again is Villardo, and he has the third highest seed time going into this race. Runners starting to spread out in this one, but there's a pack of 8 runners right at the front lead, and that pack should stay close together for another 2 laps. Trying to keep up with the leaders. And again, solid race times for the leaders we're talking about. Salazar, Richardson, and Villardo would be the top 3, and it looks to be that's who's leading the race right now is those 3 runners. And their times were close enough that you can't say anybody's really going to run away with this one.
Yeah. Very competitive race. Even in this much distance, you still see a very competitive race.
Ethan Weston has moved into a 4th spot, and again, at this point in the race, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But he has moved into a 4th spot in there.
So you see, what, about 7 or 8 runners in that lead bunch?
8 runners in the lead pack, and again, because it is 5,000 meters, that lead pack's going to make a big difference. Actually, there is some wind resistance, and then the mental aspect of chasing rather than having to it's easier to follow somebody than it is to go out and do it on your own.
Yeah.
And you can follow somebody into a pretty good time and then kick it down the front stretch and have a chance to win. And that's what a lot of them try to do in this 5,000 meters. But if you're really good, you go out and just take it away. And I don't see.
But you have to be really good.
You're really good.
Yes.
The 3 guys that are up in the lead, they're good.
Yeah.
And I think that's the 3 guys that'll be battling it out in this one.
Yep.
In what's going on, especially from the seed times that we've seen. But they'll jockey for position here. And notice they've just kind of relaxed themselves into a lead. The pack of 8 is spread out a little bit more. And they'll try to do that throughout this entire race. Andy Villardo has been the pace setter in this one. He's the one that's in the front. 65 is Thomas Richardson. 66 is Enrique Salazar. 61 in 4th place now is Connor Havens. 51 is Ethan Weston. Those are your top 5 guys as they're running through. And again, they'll move back and forth throughout these laps, not by much, but they'll stay in that top group. And notice the 3. We have a camera on 3 of them, and the 4th one is starting to fade a little bit.
Right.
As the pack, you can just see them, barely see them. Velardo, Richardson, and Salazar. Comfortable pace, it looks like, for all three of them, but they're still lengthening their lead and continuing to do so. Havens in fourth. Weston in fifth spot. Nice pace.
You know, those top three runners, you can almost look at them and they're almost running as a synchronous team. You know, their footsteps are, they're stepping together. Look at that. That's a great picture right there that we're showing. They're almost
strides.
lockstep.
Yeah, that stride is very similar.
Yes.
Now you're seeing a push in the process of this one. And they're still jockeying back and forth. Richardson, right on the shoulder of Velardo.
Salazar right there with both of them. And he ain't going nowhere, as they say.
They're all staying right there in a nice pack of three. Weston finds himself in the fifth spot. Havens is in fourth. Tim from Rose-Hulman, that's Jonathan Tim, and he did not have an entry time. He finds himself in right up there in sixth spot. But you can see those three runners are this is going to be a great race at the end. Somebody is really going to put out at the end of this one.
Yeah.
Because they are just consistently running together, and nobody's running apart from the pack. Nice smooth race. The top five are there, and there's a distance between 3 and 4, and there's a distance between 5 and 6. So some people are fading, and some are gaining positions in this one. But the top three runners are in the same spot and have been for the past 3 laps.
Yeah, they have, and they're just really setting that pace and running together very comfortably. And they've run together at different meets, and they know what to expect out of each other.
And there goes the Richardson, who now passes. And Richardson looks much smoother running.
For now.
Salazar now in second. As the three have jockeyed around a little bit differently, Velardo finds himself in third. He's been the pace setter for all these laps.
The interesting thing about this now, Salazar has a clear path to the lead, whereas before I was going to ask you, okay, if this bunches together for the majority of this race, he's going to have to make a move and sidestep someone. But now he's got a clear path as you Salazar starting to get out front.
He now takes the lead.
Uh-huh.
And there's distance being formed in that front pack.
Yep.
Even though we have not hit the bell lap, there's still the distance. The top three are the top three, but there's a distance now, and Salazar's got a huge body lean going for him.
So we're, a little past the halfway mark in this race, looking at time-wise,
Look at the strides. You can watch the strides from this angle. You can really tell who's striding straight and who's wobbling a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can really tell Salazar just is really smooth right
Straight
now.
as an arrow.
And he has lengthened the lead, and he has started. It's probably the same pace, but he's picking it up.
Yeah.
Nice smooth pace. Salazar's taking command of this race. He's got about a 10-yard space between first and second place.
Here comes Velardo. He's going to make a push now.
Velardo has to make a push right now if he's going to stay up.
Yep, and he's doing it.
You can see he was really gutting that part right there to try to close the gap so he doesn't get run into the ground.
That's right.
Salazar really smooth, and I think you're right. he just doesn't wobble at all. His head's smooth, body lean. He's got a good stride. His legs don't go sideways. They continue to run straight ahead. And you can really tell it when he comes around the corner.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Velardo is back in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Says, okay, I've stayed in third and second long enough. I'm going to stay up here with you.
Yeah. That's a good move by Velardo
to
make that push and get right back up there. Because if you have that wide gap, you're not going to catch him down the end.
No, you're not. And Velardo has to be within striking distance, even if he runs himself in the ground. And right now, Salazar is looking to try to lengthen the lead and literally run his competition out where they don't have the kick at the end.
Right.
And you talked about him in the 1500 where, oh yeah, here he comes, and you thought he would race much better, but he's a longer distance guy.
Mm-hmm. I was just surprised even at that 1500. I thought that he'd be able to stay with Burnham better than what he did. That kind of surprised me. The reason why I say that, I was watching those guys at the indoor.
Yeah.
And so seeing him basically get dusted like that kind of surprised me. So.
Burnham has such a big stride,
man,
and
powerful,
and he really kicked it in at the end of that race. But in this one, this is Salazar's style of race,
all the way.
He just runs people into ground by trying to get them far enough away they can't have the kick, and you can see the difference. In he just looks like he's just out for a stroll.
Yeah.
And you can see the length of the lead now is widened a bunch, and he's really run Velardo almost into ground.
Yep.
Because Velardo's having a hard time keeping up with him, and Salazar hasn't changed pace. He just continues to lengthen his stride. Nice, smooth. You can see the body lean. He's leaning forward. He's got a nice, easy run and a very solid pace.
His arms are tight.
Yeah.
Not a lot of swing.
His elbows are not outside. They're within the framework of his body. I mean, he's just right where you want to be as a distance runner. Really nice and smooth. And he is just going at this 5,000 meters with a really strong, solid pace.
Almost to 12 and a half minutes as far as the time is concerned.
And you can see him just continue. He's lapping opponents and doing it in just a smooth fashion. Velardo has fallen into third spot. As you can see the difference in just the stride. It's tough when you get winded. Your technique and stride changes throughout the pace of what you're doing, and you can really see it in these runners in the 5,000 meters. If they're pushing so hard that their technique and structure just kind of falls away. Salazar with another just smooth pace. You can see the closest right behind him in Richardson.
Yeah, he's just furthering that lead. Velardo made a push to try to hang with him for a while, but he just couldn't do it.
Just could not keep up with him, and
he's way back now.
Yeah, and when he made that move, you said, well, it's really good that he did this. Well, he had to do it to try to win, but at the same time, that's where Salazar just runs people in the ground. And he did. He did in this situation. Just kind of ran him into ground, took his wind right out of him. Thomas Richardson, he finds himself in second place. Manchester's now running 1 and 2 in this race. And Salazar, in just a continual, solid, good pace, running his race instead of somebody else. Best time of the year for Salazar was 15:08. And he's not going to make that.
No, but he won't be that far off of it. He'll be in the mid 15s for sure.
Enrique Salazar with the lead. And again, I don't even think he's going to kick it in very much here either. Nice, smooth pace for the young man. Goes into that second lane. He's going to potentially pass another runner right towards the finish line. And Enrique Salazar with the win in the men's 5,000 meters as he comes to the finish line. He's checking his own watch, and he didn't get a really good one. There's a second-place finisher, and by Thomas Richardson with a nice move. Velardo comes in third place, nice and solid. Some slower runners are going to pass the finish line. We'll see the rest come in here momentarily. Again, it's Salazar, Richardson, Velardo. Weston from Hanover comes in fourth. Timmerman from Anderson. Slies from Rose-Hulman. Meador from Transylvania. And again, it's getting a little tough to see that one as the sun's coming off that. Got a nice one there. So, again, solid move. Yeah, it's just a little bit tougher to see, and that's only because we're getting the angle off the sun and it's reflecting onto the camera. We'll try to get that one fixed here shortly. But
that really who won, though.
No, really solid race. Salazar just smoothly takes this one, and he had a good solid race, but it didn't look like he stressed himself an awful lot. Salazar comes in first for Manchester, along with Thomas Richardson in second, Andy Velardo third for Hanover, and again, solid race for those young men as they take over the 5,000 meter. The champion for the HCAC is Enrique Salazar. Several other slower runners that are coming in, and they'll finish this race. Trying to make sure that goes. The 4x4 is coming up next, and we'll have that all live here on Indiana Sports Network when we return.
Chili's first because
Chili's
it's
the
like
star.
the star of it.
And then cheese is just there to be like,
I'm gonna lift you up.
It
It would be nothing without the Fritos and the cheese.
And cheese is like the hype man. Sonic Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap. I got you.
Yeah.
If you are an athlete, a farmer, work in the factory, or just work in your own backyard, you need the benefits of chiropractic care. Shaw Chiropractic, located in the Brazil Kroger Strip Mall. Dr. Julie and Dr. Michael Shaw, your friends for chiropractic care.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
And welcome back to the...
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And welcome back to the HCAC Track Championships. Outdoor style here, and beautiful day as we watch this one start to conclude with the 4x4. In other words, the 1,600 meter relay. And This will be an outstanding race. They always are. This is the one that has a lot of fun involved in it, as the women will lead this one off first, as we'll get to see this 4x400 meter race. So as I get to the back page of our program and get ready, here comes, we have 2 flights of this one. The first one will be Defiance in lane 2. And I don't have the 4th runner for Defiance. Shaniqua Lawrence is first. Delisha Powell is in the 3rd spot. Lisa Maria Marcoux is in the 2nd spot. For Bluffton, Justin Lisnewski is in leadoff. Hope Nixon, Tabby Rollman, and Madeline Schiffer. In lane 3 is Earlham. Jennifer Dorier is lead. Alina Stern, Shiana Bellingham, and Olivia Kirk. In lane 5, Mount St. Joe with Ashley Klosterman, Kayla Hess, and Hannah Morgan. In lane 6 is Emma Bowling, Angelina Gregory, Lex Desenberg, and Mallory Watson. So again, this section 1 of 2 finals, and we'll do the same thing in the men's. We're going for time. The seed time coming in for these runners goes down to 4:40 as the fastest, 5:14 as the slowest time coming in. And from 4:40 all the way down to 4:09 is one of the times coming into the second heat of this one. So again, 4:40 is the actual time for this 4x400. They will go around a staggered start to get to the race. They'll get a one corner. Well, maybe not. Let me see what we've got here. It just depends on how they're going to line this one up. And it looks to be they'll have the entire lap. They'll get down off the edge and then come straight in. But again, lane 2 is Defiance, lane 3 Bluffton, lane 4 Earlham, lane 5 is Mount St. Joe, lane 6 Franklin. Four laps around the track. Each runner gets 1 lap on their own.
Baton exchange, extremely important. As we saw earlier in the men's 4x1.
This exchange tends to be not the 4x1. It tends to be the handed off instead of an exchange of running. The Olympians don't do it that way, but you do that in college. You just don't want to drop this one after somebody's pushed themselves for 400 meters. Again, Defiance in lane 2, Bluffton lane 3, Earlham lane 4, Mount St. Joe is in lane 5, and Franklin in lane 6. And another clean start.
Yet.
Nope, we have not had a false start all day. No. It's been nice and solid.
Mm-hmm.
And a solid race down the back stretch, and you'll see in lane 4, Earlham has the fastest time in this one, and they've closed the gap on the 5th lane already. As they'll round this corner and come towards the stretch. Franklin with a substantial lead.
Yes. We'll see how long
really
it lasts.
Nice, smooth run.
It is.
And a clean handoff.
That lead at the handoff was not as substantial, was it?
Not as good.
That was gone.
Yep. That's the staggers that you're running. It's a 3-turn stagger instead of a 2. And now they'll cut across.
It's a nice leg here by Mount. Is that Mount?
Nope.
In the front? Who was that in the front?
It's Bluffton.
Bluffton, excuse me.
Good lead. It's Mount St. Joe.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's Mount St. Joe.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong, and I'm not even colorblind.
That's a whale of a leg here.
Earlham in second place.
And Earlham running a nice strong leg here.
Yes, they are.
Made up a lot of ground. Good exchange there from Mount.
Earlham in second.
Mm-hmm.
And Mount St. Joe came in with the 440 along with Earlham. So these are the top 2 teams from preliminaries, and here they come.
It shows too, doesn't it?
Yep. And all of a sudden, Earlham takes the lead and huge strides in this third leg.
Right.
Really running nice and smooth are the ladies from Earlham. And again, it's the 400, and if you go out too fast on the 400, you're going to really have a hard time towards the end. You don't finish strong. It's Earlham, Mount St. Joe in this one.
Earlham
again, they're running for time.
Got to have one more exchange. Make them clean.
Running for time on this one, and here it comes. Bellingham, Shiana Bellingham with the anchor leg for Earlham on this race. And trying to be chased by Mount St. Joe down the back stretch.
This was too wide of a lead.
And they're going to really crush their time. It's not going to be this 4 minute and 40 second time. As a really nice run.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to determine on the speed of Bellingham down this final stretch to see if they can get some points off of this race. Nice smooth run. Looking to finish strong. And you can see she's putting everything into it.
Yeah.
Good finish for Earlham in this first section of the 4x4.
Mm-hmm.
Mount St. Joe second. Franklin comes in third. And the ladies from Defiance and Bluffton come in that order. Again, Earlham with a 426. That's a huge reduction. And so we'll look forward to seeing where that could line up and pick them points up in this final, in what's going on. So here we go. This is section 2 of 2 for finals in the women's 4x400 meters. For Hanover, it's Elijah Craig, Mackenzie Carroll, Kelly Brock, and Sayer Osman. In lane 3, for Anderson, it's Emily Pennick, Emily Smatlak, Mariah Murray, and Victoria Baver. In lane 4, it's Peter, Lois Cheatman, Dara Smith, and Tina Rogers. In lane 5 for Transylvania, it's Callie Nolan, Courtney Smith, Josie Cunningham, and Taylor Allen. In lane 6, it's Brooke Bowens, Sarah Lopez Ochoa, Brandy Smith, and Adele Stanko. So again, Hanover in lane 2, Anderson lane 3, Rose-Hulman lane 4, Transylvania lane 5, and Manchester is in lane 6. A 3-turn stagger on this one, so they'll stay in their lanes until they reach the far side after lap 1. So they're basically running a lap and a third off of visuals, but that's how it works with this one. It's going to start in a stagger. Again, Hanover lane 2, Anderson lane 3, Rose-Hulman lane 4, Transylvania lane 5, and Manchester in lane 6. And you can see they're getting those starting blocks ready there.
Down to the last section of the last women's event here in the 2021 Outdoor Track and Field Championships.
And once this, in what?
We've come to the end.
Yes, we have. It's getting closer.
Mm-hmm.
And about 4:30 this afternoon will be the awards ceremony. It won't take very long, and they'll start working on those to make sure they have all the awards ready to hand out.
Mm-hmm.
The men's races will start after this one, and again, there will be 2 flights of the men's race in the finals. So the women's 1,600 meter relay. And we should be ready to go any moment here. And you can see the men are warming up in the infield, trying to work and make sure they have everything loose and ready to go. And a lot of times in the track meet, it comes down to this one. I think this is the most fun race to watch out of the whole group. Called it the 1,600 meter relay, and depends. Some people call it the 4x4, and that's what it is. This is the premier race. A lot of determination in how you finish this one. And there's not very many times you actually drop the baton. It's all the determination of running that full lap. Another good, clean start as we're out in front. Again, a 3-turn stagger.
Big cheer at the start.
Fastest time in this one, Rose-Hulman has a 4:09.
Yeah.
And they are in lane 4.
Mm-hmm.
And they have broken the stagger on this one. And running very strong down that front stretch.
Indeed.
Transylvania running a very strong start to this one. Rose-Hulman in the second spot, but they still have the 1-turn stagger.
2 good exchanges there. And a third for Rose. And here we go.
And when you hit this back stretch, you're going to be able to see who's actually in the lead as they'll make the cut over.
And we can see who's in the lead, can't we?
Yeah, and it's Rose-Hulman in the lead, and she is just going strong.
Yeah.
Manchester in second place, though, which is not necessarily surprising, but still kind of right there. Transylvania in third spot. Huge difference between third and fourth right now. So the top three, it's Rose-Hulman, Manchester, and Transylvania.
How about watching the infield on each side of the track? You can hear the noise. You can see the fellow athletes. It's a lot of fun.
This is the way it's going. Rose-Hulman with the lead. You'll see the handoff.
Ooh.
Manchester in second. Transylvania third.
Look at those strides.
And that's why you want to see this race. The
Boy.
4x4, this 1,600-meter relay. Rose-Hulman with the lead as they're heading down that back stretch. Lengthening the lead now quite drastically.
Mm-hmm.
Manchester in second. Transylvania is third, but closing on that second spot. Anderson moves into fourth. And Hanover in the fifth spot of this heat. And it's all on time. This has nothing to do with the actual placing, other than this is the fastest set of 5 teams in a preliminary. Exchange is clean. And Rose-Hulman working on this one as fast as they can go. 4 minutes is the record in this one.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
That's moving.
That means you're lapping every lap is right at a minute. And again, Rose-Hulman runner taking over the corner. Running down this front stretch.
Rose seed time.
10 seconds if she.
4:09.
It's too bad she can't run that 110, but very solid time for Rose-Hulman as they're going to cruise in on this one. A huge race for second place. Transylvania passes Manchester in the final leg of this one. And Transylvania will come in second. Rose-Hulman with a 4:09.76.
1/1000th of a second below their seed time. How about that?
They're right on their
Very
seed time.
consistent.
That's as good as you're going to get right there.
Wow.
Rose-Hulman, Transylvania, Manchester.
I guess I should have said 100, not 1,000.
And it's hard to see on your screen. I know we'll try to read that one off for you. Rose-Hulman, Transylvania, Manchester, 1, 2, 3. Anderson comes in fifth. And Hanover comes in fourth place. 4:28 is the fourth place time, and 4:26 was the time for the first heat. So that puts Earlham getting fourth place from what we have down here.
Not
we'll
bad.
see exactly what the overall is on that one. And we'll be ready to start in the men's relay as we get this one taken care of. We'll pause for a very short break. We'll be right back. You're watching the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
Oh, heaven.
So you think chicken is heaven?
Oh my gosh, it's yes. I love that the bun's toasted and the chicken's cooked to the crisp. It is perfect. Chicken slinger.
Heaven in my mouth.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
4 years ago, I drove my daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Verdell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Verdell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Verdell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
Patty,
100%.
Patty, Patty. The flavor, the way they cook it, the way they season it, the way that it's made. Queso burger.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And with the relay that we're going to see now, it's the men's 1,600-meter relay, the 4x4 as it reads out on my printout now. Section 1 of 2 finals, Earlham's in lane 2, Anderson lane 3, Franklin lane 4, Bluffton lane 5, and Defiance will be in lane 6. For Earlham, it's Faulkner, Burt, Neiman, Fitzgibbon. Anderson has Taylor, Adams, Soden, and Carraro. Franklin, Heading, Davidson, Bequeret, and Wilburn. For Bluffton, it's McCoy, Gist, Earl, and Ritchie. For Defiance, it's Gaffney, Marshall, Reese, and Cannon. Again, a 3-turn stagger. They've reached the first turn. You can see the closeout by Bluffton. They've closed out on lane 6.
Yeah, they have.
3:39 is the fastest time in this one, and it's Bluffton and Franklin. And you won't really be able to tell till they hit the next stagger. Franklin, though, is leading on this one. They've already closed the stagger. They're leading, and they have another turn to go yet. So Franklin with the lead. Anderson appears to be second. Bluffton's struggling right now. Handoff occurs. Anderson with the second. And on the outside lane, that would be Manchester. It appears to be in third spot. We'll see when they hit this backstretch. Anderson has closed the gap, running really nice and smooth as it is right now in this one. It's Franklin and Anderson. Defiance in third. Anderson takes the lead in the race.
Watch to see if Defiance doesn't close this gap a little bit on second place at least.
And the Anderson runner has really lengthened the lead. Really nice, smooth run by Joshua Soden is what I'm believing that is. Franklin in second, Defiance third. We'll see the quick handoff. 1, 2. It's a couple second lead right now for Anderson if they can close the deal. And again, this is all on time. So the winner of this race could actually win the whole thing depending on what time they end up with. Fastest time in the other heat coming in is a 3:31.88. And Anderson is in a substantial lead.
Franklin right there is working hard to stay in second place.
And here comes the Anderson runner down that first lane. Caleb Carraro. Franklin trying to close and not able to do so.
No.
We're going to see when they come across the line. Got one more handoff. And Anderson has lengthened its lead even more after the handoff.
Yep.
And they have a legitimate time. They could legitimately drop some time off of their seating and end up with a placing in this one. Huge run. Defiance runner passing people off the back stretch. He's doing a nice job as well.
Yeah, Tawan Cannon. Heard that name before, haven't we?
Yeah.
He's working hard.
And here comes the Anderson runner again. For Anderson, it should be Caleb Carraro.
There's a comfortable lead there, Herb.
Comfortable, but remember, you're running against time, so it doesn't matter how hard you do this, except you just have to put it down and kick it in. 28. We're somewhere in that 30 range, somewhere in that 330 range, and that's a pretty good run. We'll see the time here. Anderson, 3:31:22.
Wow.
That's the fastest time as a seed time. That beats their original time by 10 seconds and gives them an opportunity. They could have actually won the race. 3:31:22.
Look at the look of their faces. There's exuberance. There's some surprise. They're hugging down. They know they just ran a great race.
3:31:22. That's an opportunity. They're
awesome.
They're going to place. It's will they have a chance to actually win the overall on this one. Transylvania in the second race comes in with a 3:31:88 as their fastest time. That's the fastest time. What we just saw, folks, is the fastest time of any 4x4 for a team this year. Now, sometimes, as you notice, you may exchange a runner or two into your group, but that was a blazing time for Anderson.
Yeah. Now ready for the second section.
Really good opportunity. So the second section of the finals in lane 2 is Manchester with Zachary Friel, Benjamin Miles, Caleb Hames, and Tristan Bronaugh. Lane 3, Hanover, Justin Johnson, Aaron Rogers, Cooper Hansen, and Reese Hunter. Lane 4, Transylvania with Garrett Elrod, Michael Kirsting, Drew Meador, and Jacob Burnham. And you know Burnham can burn them because he did in one of the other races, and Meador is an athlete as well. They come in with the 3:31:88. Rose-Hulman's in lane 5 with Raymond Bates, Jacob Eve, Will Theskin, and Jacob Bird. In lane 6 is Mount St. Joe with Chase Samples, Ben Gray, Jacob Miller, and Sean Stevie. You put these together, this is going to be great, and the opportunity is, what's the time going to be at the end of this one? Because it is going to have to be a blazing run for whoever does this. Anderson set the bar at 3:31:22.
And everybody saw it.
And everybody did.
Yep,
You know
knows.
it's got to happen.
Yep.
So somebody either has to make up, or Anderson's, and that's an odd one. Doesn't happen very often, but it could happen here, where the first heat winner could win the actual time on this 4x400. Just an opportunity for this one as they set the blocks and get everybody set.
Last event, Herb.
Last event. We will have the award ceremony online here in just a few moments after this championship is taken for the 1,600-meter relay. And again, they will have that one scheduled at 4:30. And believe it or not, we are 6 minutes past when we thought we'd be. That's okay.
Yep.
That means everything's run pretty solid for the day.
Right around that 5K started to back up just a little bit. But that happens. And here we go.
3-turn stagger again. So you really won't tell who's in the lead until you hit that second leg and the back stretch on the second leg. Clean start. We had one in every race today. No false starts. And they're outrunning this 400 meters. Manchester making up good ground. Excuse me, that's Mount St. Joe making up first. No, it isn't Manchester. Made up good solid ground on that one.
Mm-hmm.
So as you see them coming down the front stretch, again, they have one more turn to go.
Yeah, Mount laboring hard on that this opening leg, getting passed by Rose there.
Transylvania is the fastest prep time. Rose-Hulman, you really can't tell if they have the lead yet or not, but it's pretty close.
It is close.
Rose-Hulman and Transylvania out in front. And we'll see what happens when they hit the backstretch and the staggers they're able to go across. Rose-Hulman with the lead. Transylvania second. And the lead in the second leg by Rose-Hulman is massive.
It's going to need to be.
They have to be that fast to go. And he's got a nice smooth pace going on this one and lengthening his lead as well. But it really doesn't matter, again, on this lead. It gives you an idea of how fast he needs to run. But you need to get underneath that 3:31, which was the fastest time in that first heat. Rose-Hulman with the lead, and it's a pretty substantial one. But they have to lengthen that and continue to go faster. Transylvania gets a good handoff in this third leg. Rose-Hulman with the lead. Transylvania second right now.
Are you surprised that
very surprised, but
me too.
But
me too.
What I was really surprised is the time from the first heat.
Yes, I think everybody's shocked by that one.
Rose-Hulman is just blowing everybody away in this one. Huge lead and a huge run. The third leg here for Rose-Hulman is huge.
And they're going to need a great anchor.
And they need an anchor that's going to be able to go.
Yep.
Transylvania's in second, but closing in Manchester right on the shoulder. This will be a huge opportunity, and there is a chance they could knock down.
Was it 3:31?
3:31 is the lead so far.
It's going to be closer.
3:18 is the overall record. I don't know if we're going to get – it doesn't look like we're going to get there.
No.
But at the same time, Rose-Hulman is just taking a huge commanding lead in this race.
Yeah.
And they are going to win by 20 to 30 yards.
On this section, down to 3:15 seconds.
3:17 to 3:18.
Okay.
He's going to make it all the way. 3:23, 3:26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. That first heat is going to end up in 5th place probably in the conference. A really nice job. Let me see if I can read those off for you so we can get through here. Rose-Hulman in first, Transylvania second in this race. Hanover third.
They're at 3:31 some change. Anderson could be next.
And we're waiting on the time to be posted and the position.
That means it's close.
That means it's very close. Rose-Hulman, Transylvania, Hanover. It's Manchester in third.
Hanover.
Rose-Hulman, Transylvania, Manchester, Hanover in fourth.
Anderson should will bump up to that 4th spot then, because they're just showing this heat right now.
They're showing this heat.
So
it's Rose-Hulman, Transylvania, Manchester, Hanover, Mount St. Joe.
Anderson will be third. I can't see the lights in the way. It's 3:31. What?
It's 3:31. 3:34 is 5th place. So 3:31 is where we're going. It's Rose-Hulman, Manchester, or Transylvania, Manchester, and again Mount St. Joe ends up 5th place in this heat.
Yeah, but 3:31 point something is what I can't see.
3:31.22. That put them in third spot.
Yeah, but what is on the board is what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm reading.
I can't see that.
3:31
point what?
It's Rose-Hulman.
I just need Tony Harper. Need number 3 is what I'm asking.
3. We'll wait here in just a second. Again, 3:31.22 in the first race is going to place overall in the top 3. Yep, and they're going through it, but we're not seeing it on the actual board in just a second. Mount St. Joe on this race was 5th with a 3:34. And hopefully they flash this one back as they're trying to get the final placings down.
Yeah, there's a light or something that was in the way. I'm looking at the board, and it shows 3rd place, and I can see 331 in the decimal point, and then there's the light. So I can't see what the tenths and the hundredths were to see, Tony, to see if Anderson was going to slide up to 3 or 4.
And it looks like
things obstructing my vision.
From what I read, it would be 3rd spot.
So what was on the board in 3rd? 331.1 did the board say. It's what and now they're taking it down. So,
all right, exciting set of races in both of those. Watching Anderson really kick it in and have a chance to come in, we believe 3rd place in this one because of their time, but Rose-Hulman substantially impacts the meet right at the end by having a great 4x400 meter team, wins quite easily in the race, even though they were seeded much lower. At 3:34 was their seed time, and they really kicked it in at 3:26. So another outstanding opportunity for a meet. The HCAC Track and Field Championships, the action has concluded on this wonderful day as we see the athletes gathering around to get ready for what we're going to see as the awards presentation, and that'll be held in just a few minutes. And we're going to take a break, a pause. We've enjoyed bringing you all this action today from Terre Haute, Indiana, on the campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. We're going to pause for a break. We'll be back with more from Terre Haute, Indiana, and the conclusion of this meet with the awards presentation. You're watching Rose-Hulman Athletics and the HCAC Track and Field Championships on Indiana Sports Network.
In Searcy, Arkansas, a young man says I love you for the first time, but his girlfriend doesn't quite hear. In Franklin, Tennessee, a boy encounters his first pickle. And in Kyle, Texas, after a mission for tots, cousins realize they're a long way from Kyle, Texas. One day, many people, millions of orders. This is Howie Sonic.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. making friends since 1885.
Chili's first because
Chili's
it's
the
like
star.
the star of it. And then cheese is just there to be like,
I'm gonna lift you up.
It would be nothing without the Fritos and the cheese.
And cheese is like the hype man.
Sonic Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap.
I got you.
Yeah.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
Well, we're back at the Outdoor Track and Field Championships here at Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. And this has been a great day of events that we've had here, and a number of events from the field element, a number from the track, both the men and the women that we've had today. Yesterday, you had some events. You had a lot of preliminaries. And today we had a lot of finals. Some were timed finals, and some were all in one section. But we had a lot that we've covered today here at our perch here in the press box at the football stadium, and been a great day, great weather-wise. And here in a matter of moments, we'll have the announcement of the team standings. We'll also have some special recognition awards. We'll have track player of the year, field player of the year. We'll have newcomer of the year, coach of the year, all for men and for women. So we'll bring that to you as best we can. We're unfortunately not able to tap into the microphone as we have in previous situations. Not able to do that today, and so we'll do the best we can, and we'll bring this to you. And we know who got first place in the team standings for men and women. We do know that, but the rest of the standings we'll kind of see how that goes.
And we'll get set with. And again, we're going to try to bring you the sound situation. They've changed where we can tap in. So we're going to try to tap in and see if we can get the sound situated so you can hear what's going on as well.
Okay. Hey, we got a missing phone. It might be out in the field area. It's a black cell phone. And believe it or not, it's got the picture of a tractor. I'm going to do one guess what college that is. Central Indiana, near Fort Wayne, in the country. So if you find Manchester's cell phone, it's got a tractor picture on it, but it also has a tractor going, so we know it's in here somewhere. So if you find that phone, we would really appreciate you bring that to the table.
And we're getting ready for the...
Okay, we're going to start proceeding now with our award ceremony. And unfortunately, no one's
award ceremony. I'm going to turn this one off and let you hear that directly here at Rose-Hulman.
We are going to have a young lady help present the awards today. She has been the most decorated female track and field athlete in the history of the Harlan Conference. She was a 5-time national champion here at Rose-Hulman in the high jump, an 8-time All-American. About a month ago, she jumped 6 feet 3/4 inches in the high jump, which should qualify her again for the Olympic trials in Eugene next month. And this is Liz Evans, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to say also that when Liz was a collegiate athlete here, she was an NCAA Academic All-American. She received the NCAA Postgraduate Scholarship. So she was the whole package for us here at Rose-Hulman several years ago. So today, Rose, with the assistance of our Sportsmanship and Racing Director, Kevin Lankin, will be handing out the awards. And we're going to be calling up the top 3 in each event. And we've got a photo op here. We're also still live with the Indiana Sports Network. So if your family and friends are joining us there, we'll be able to see the awards as well. Okay, we're going to start out with the pole vault competition for women. Finishing third is Rose-Hulman's Brooke Schroeder. In second place, Rose-Hulman Jr. Claire Perkins. And this year's women's pole vault champion, Emily Jones of Hanover. Congratulations, ladies. Okay, we're going to move on now to the men's pole vault. Finishing third yesterday was Justin Johnson of Hanover. The runner-up in the men's pole vault yesterday, Rose-Hulman sophomore Logan McLaughlin. If you remember, this is the young man that sang our national anthem both days. And this year's pole vault champion, Mikey Holtz of Rose-Hulman. So here we want to get a picture with the champion, Liz, and then jump up on the podium for a group shot. So let's get organized here. We'll get ready to rock and roll. Okay, next event. Men's triple jump. And finishing third in the men's triple jump from Transylvania was Justin. The runner-up triple jump yesterday. He's a sophomore from Erland, Blessed Shumba. And your 2021 champion in the men's triple jump yesterday, sophomore from Rose-Hulman, Timothy Young. Moving on to the women's triple jump. Finishing third, Adele Stanko of Manchester. Runner up with Esther Nano and Earl. And your triple jump champion yesterday, she's a sophomore from Rose-Hulman, Nosa Ignon. Okay, men's discus, you're up. Finishing in third place in the men's discus, he's a sophomore out of Manchester, Gabriel Hendricks. Runner-up in the men's discus, a freshman from Franklin, Dalen Williams. And the men's discus champion, also from Franklin, he's a sophomore, Zach Wallace. Okay, women's discus. Finishing third, Bridget Catholic of Franklin. In second place, Sarah Conley of Manchester. In the winner of the women's discus throw, she's a sophomore from Hanover, Jessica Beck. Okay, running to the women's camera throw. She finished third from Franklin, Hunter Fields. The women's hammer runner-up, Stephanie Fox of Bluffton. And winning the Lickers hammer, she's one of the tops in the region, from Hanover College, Karen Browning. Okay, gentlemen, men's hammer throw. In third place, Pennsylvania freshman, Ryan Avari. Second place goes to Manchester junior, Joe Garland. And the winner yesterday of the men's hammer throw, he's a senior out of Pennsylvania, Gunnar Eaton. Okay, we're moving on now to the men's shot put. Manchester might as well head that way. Great job, guys, in third place. He's a sophomore, in second place, his teammate, Gabriel Hendricks. And the men's shot put champion this year, Brian Hofstetler. All right, ladies, here we go. Got another pipeline to Manchester here in third place. It's Tanner Greenholt. Your runner-up in the women's shot put from Hanover, Jessica Beckman. And your champion of the women's shot put, she's a senior out of Earlham, Rosie Newhart. Okay, we're going to go on now to the women's javelin. In third place, she's a freshman out of Rose-Hulman, Aaliyah Britt. Runner-up for Anderson, Emily Motley. And your women's javelin throw champion today, a freshman out of Franklin, Taylor Catlett. Okay, gentlemen, in the javelin throw. A junior from Rose-Hulman, he finished third today. Isaiah Littleton. Billy Pepper Littleton, finishing third. In second place was Manchester's Joe Powell. And your javelin champion this year, a sophomore from Earlham, John Mahaney. Okay, moving on to the men's long jump, which was contested earlier today. He finished third in this event, a sophomore out of Rose-Hulman, Timothy Yount. Runner-up today in the men's long jump, a senior from Rose-Hulman, Noah Thomas. And the men's long jump champion, a freshman from Bluffton, Desmond Gift. Okay, we're going to move on to the women's long jump. Finishing third, a freshman from Rose-Hulman, Rufiat Ademi. The runner-up in the women's long jump earlier today, a sophomore out of Rose-Hulman, Nosa Igihon. And this year's champion for women's long jump out of Earlham College, Sarah Dickman. Okay, results of the women's high jump. Finishing third this morning from Anderson, Mariah Murray. Runner-up from Rose-Hulman, she's a junior, Derek Smith. And this year's high jump champion, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman, once again, Nosa Igihon. Okay, now you're top three in the men's high jump. He finished third today, a freshman out of Defiance, John Reese. Runner-up from Manchester is Joe Powell. And your men's high jump champion, a freshman out of Anderson, Lawrence McClure. Okay, we move on now to the track event. We'll start out with the women's steeplechase. Finishing third today. Excuse me, this was yesterday. Fiona Cross, Manchester. Sophomore out of Rose-Hulman, Madison Winfeld. And this year's steeplechase champion, she's a senior from Rose-Hulman, Maggie Shearer. We move on to the men's steeplechase. In third place was Earlham's Austin Burke. Your runner-up was Nolan Gross, senior from Rose-Hulman. And this year's champion in the steeplechase, sophomore out of Manchester, Thomas Whitford. Okay, let's move on to the women's 100-meter hurdle. In third place from Manchester, Elizabeth Russell. For the runner-up from Hanover, Alexis Berker. And your women's 100-meter hurdle champion, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman, Nosa Iggyhon. Here are your top 3 in the men's 110-meter hurdles. Finishing in third place is Rose-Hulman junior Aiden Moss. High hurdle runner-up from Bluffton, Desmond Gift. And your high hurdle champion, a freshman out of Anderson, Lauren Spurs. Moving on now to the women's 400-meter dash. In third place, Transylvania senior Haley Nolan. Your runner-up from Rose-Hulman, she's a senior, Lauren Cheatham. And the winner this afternoon from Transylvania, junior Taylor Allen. Okay, gentlemen in the 400 meters, in third place, a freshman from Rose-Hulman, Jacob Bird. Runner-up from Hanover, Reese Hunter. And your men's 400-meter dash champion, a freshman from Rose-Hulman, Jacob Eves. Okay, moving on to the women's 100-meter dash. She finished third this afternoon, senior out of Rose-Hulman, Tina Oladipupo. In second place, the senior from Anderson, Mariah Murray. And the ladies 100-meter dash champion, out of Hanover College, Jalea Martin. Okay, Jalen, 100-meter dash. Third place went to Defiance freshman, Joey Jean-Pierre. Runner-up from Defiance, Robert Marshall. And your 100-meter dash champion, he's a senior from Rose-Hulman, Noah Thomas. Ladies, 800 meters. In third place, the sophomore out of Manchester, Sarah Lopez Ochoa. Finishing second in the ladies' 800 meters. From Hanover, Amber Lee Sorensen. And your women's 800 meter champion this afternoon, the Jupiter Marine, Sienna Bellingham. Okay, moving on to the men's 800 meters. In third place, he's a freshman from Franklin, J.C. Wilbur. Another freshman, runner-up from Transylvania, Garrett Elrod. And your men's 800 meter champion, he's a junior out of Transylvania, one of the top middle distance runners in the Midwest, Jacob Burnham. Women's 400 meter hurdles in third place, Mount St. Joe senior, Ashley Klosterman. Runner-up today in the 400 meter hurdles from Manchester, Brooke Fowler. And your champion, completing one heck of a double. She's a junior out of Pennsylvania. She's the 400 meter hurdle champion as well, Taylor Allen. Men's 400 meter hurdle. In third place, representing Hanover College, was Justin Johnson. Runner-up from Franklin, he's a freshman, Zachary Roberts. And this year's champion in men's 400 meter hurdle, a freshman from Defiance, Kawan Cannon. Okay, moving on to the women's 200-meter dash. Finishing third, Rose-Hulman, Christina Rogers. Turning sophomore, Lindsay Hearn for second. And the 200-meter dash championship, ladies and gentlemen, the sophomore from Hanover College, Julia Martin. Gentlemen in the 200-meter dash, he finished third this afternoon as a freshman from Rose-Hulman, Jacob Brewer. Manchester freshman, Kristen Milan. And your winner of the men's 200, he's the freshman out of the finals, Robert Marshall. Okay, moving on to the women's 1,000-meter relay, we completed that last evening. In third place, representing Manchester University, Hannah Brubaker. Her runner-up last night in the 10,000, she's a junior out of Rose-Hulman, Maya Johnson. And the 10,000-meter run champion, a freshman from Anderson, Noelle Lowry. Top three in the men's 10,000. In third place, Latina receiving Andy Gallardo. Finishing second, Manchester freshman Connor Hayden. And your winner last night of the men's 10,000 sophomore from Manchester, Enrique Salazar. Here are your results here on the women's 4x100-meter relay. In third place, the ladies from Anderson University. 4x100. The runner-up this afternoon, the women's 4x100-meter relay, the ladies from Rose-Hulman. And this year's champion with a time of 50.90, the ladies from Hanover College.
Hey, she's got sun protection now, man. Thanks. How you doing?
Okay, gentlemen, 4 by 1 more meter relay. Top 3 finishing third earlier today. And then from Anderson University. Your runner-up, Defiance College. And this is Stanford, the 4 by 100 meter relay for men. The gentleman from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, 43-54. Okay, we're going to move on to the women's 1500 meter run. Finishing fifth from Manchester, Hannah Brubaker. Rose-Hulman junior Abby Clayton was second. And this year's winner of the women's 1500 meter run, she's a sophomore from Manchester, Lauren Smith. Men's 1500 meters. In third place from Manchester, Enrique Salazar. This year's runner-up, the junior out of Ireland, Austin Burke. And the 1500 meter run champion from Transylvania, Jacob Burner. Okay, ladies, 5,000 meter run. She finished third this afternoon. The junior from Rose-Hulman, Kaya Johnson. Your runner-up, the freshman out of Anderson, Noelle Lola. And this year's 5,000 meter relay champion for ladies in Manchester, Hannah Brubaker.
Tim left and he's not been able to take a single picture. Yeah. He could have taken it, but just didn't want to miss the mark.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, gentlemen, here we go. In third place from Hanover, Andy Velocto.
We're doing it.
The runner-up, the sophomore from Manchester, Thomas Richardson. And the 5,000 meter run champion for gentlemen, he's a sophomore from Manchester, Enrique Salazar.
We'll just say grandmother. I think he's had enough grandpa. We need more grandpa.
Okay, moving into the final event of the women's 4 by 400 meter space. The fifth third this afternoon, the ladies from Manchester College. University of Texas.
After the men's?
Runner up in the women's 4x400 meter relay from Transylvania. And this year's champion of the 4x400 meter relay for ladies are gals from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology.
Oh, I think it's done.
All right, and finally now the men's 4x400 meter relay. They finished third in this event this afternoon, the men from Anderson University.
Give me a year's worth of medals.
Your runner-up in the men's 4x4, Transylvania. And this year's champions of the men's 4x400 meter relay, the gentleman from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, 325.68.
I was saying that earlier. That one guy with the hair, I was wondering if like how much her hair how much time he said he could probably give her a handshake and finish. She would wear a bathing cap, then she could take off, I have a swim cap in my bag. You want to buy that out?
Yeah, you want to definitely have to shave it.
There's only 4 seconds. If you're that worried, you can send John Kelly.
And as we're waiting for just a few moments, there's the major awards.
Yeah. I didn't want to.
We'll start with the women's awards, the Women's Trap Athlete of the Year. She won the 400-meter dash, the 400 hurdles, and was part of a successful 1600 relay from Pennsylvania University, Taylor Allen.
A lot of times it's like how many points.
It's now time to meet the Women's Field Athlete of the Year. She won the 100 hurdles, the high jump, and the triple jump, the second in the long jump, and the 400 relay from Rose-Hulman, Noosa Edihon. The newcomer of the year, defined as a newcomer to the sport of track and field this year. She won the 100 hurdles, the high jump, and the triple jump from Rose-Hulman, Noosa Edihon. the men's track athlete of the year. He was the winner of the 200 and the 1500, part of the 4x4 relay from Pennsylvania University, Jacob Lerner. And now let's meet the men's field athlete of the year. He was second in the high jump, second in the javelin, and fifth in the triple jump, also on the 400 relay from Manchester, Joe Powell.
That was either MVP or that's either MVP or
And the newcomer of the year, don't go too far, Joe. He was second in the high jump, second in the javelin, and fifth in the triple. The newcomer of the year from Manchester is Joe Powell.
I feel like
And it's now time to meet the coach of the year. This year the men's and women's coach of the year is the same. And folks, if you enjoyed all the work that was put into this meet, if you enjoy competing in this meet, there's no one that loves Heartland Conference track and field more than this gentleman. Congratulations to the coach of the year in men's and women's track and field from Rose-Hulman, Larry Cole. The coaching staff also includes Kirsten Stone and Jeff Wilson and Ray Judges. Congratulations, coach. I'd also like to thank the Heartland International Conference Office, State Roads Commissioner Stacy McGee, Assistant Commissioner, for their efforts this year. And folks, there's someone else I'd like to recognize before we give the team awards. For all the meets that you're at, all the meets that your folks can't follow, one of the things that everyone can do is follow the results online. So whether it's the Heartland Conference or a lot of your own meets, let's give an ovation to Mike Mason and Timing MV here at the State University. And now the final standings from today's action. On the women's side, in 10th place, Defiance. In 9th place, Mount St. Joseph. In 8th place, Bluffton. In 7th place, Franklin. In 6th place, Transylvania. In 5th place with 64 points was Anderson. In 4th place with 76 points, Irma. In 3rd place with 128 points, the Hanover Panthers. In 2nd place with 147 points, the Manchester Spartans. And the 2021 HCAC Women's Track and Field Team Champions with 215 points, the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers.
looks like 3 plus 68. 68 points. Three of their teams who haven't even reached 60 points.
And again, in the area of one of the special awards, the newcomer of the year on the men's side. There is also a sophomore at Manchester. So the newcomer of the year on the men's side, from Rose-Hulman, Jacob E.
That's hilarious.
And now the men's standing in 10th place of Mount St. Joseph. In 9th place, Bluffton. In 8th place, Anderson. In 7th place, Franklin. In 6th place, Defiance. In 5th place, with 59 points, the Earl of Quaker. In 4th place, with 76 points, the Hanover Panthers. In 3rd place, with 79.5 points, the Pennsylvania Pioneers. In 2nd place, with 161 points, the Manchester Spartans. In the 2021 HCAC Men's Track and Field Championship team with 210.5 points, the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. This concludes the 2021 HCAC Championship Award Ceremony.
And that's the end of the awards ceremony for this afternoon. We are glad that you joined us for the HCAC Track and Field Championships outdoor version here from Rose-Hulman. For my partner Walter Gordon, I'm Herb King saying thank you for joining us here for the HCAC Track and Field Championships. We hope to see you again soon, and have a great weekend.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.